All right, welcome to our May 1st, 2020 special board meeting. If we all could stand for a moment of silence and then remain standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, if I get a motion to approve the agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hetherington. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Today we're going to have our presentations first, and our public comment will follow that. And first up to bat is our Congressman, Mr. Brian Mast.
Hey, hope you all are doing well. Hope you all are healthy. We pray for that for everybody. Just the overview comment. If anybody needs anything, of course, don't hesitate. There's no issue too big or too small. Don't hesitate to reach out to our office. We'll do every single thing that we can to assist on a one-on-one basis. Beyond that, I want to speak specifically about a call we got from Commissioner Jenkins about a possible threat of infection going on in Indiantown. We relayed that call up immediately to the governor. The governor is aware of Indiantown specifically, the potential for what could go on there, and we stand by ready to assist further with anything that you guys need in terms of passing up more information, speaking to anybody that you want us to speak to on that front. In that, again, you guys need anything, or you guys have any questions for me, I'm happy to try and answer them for you.
I appreciate everything you've done for us and are trying to do for us, and I understand that we need to create a mission number for this. So if somebody could please give me a motion to instruct staff to get with Michelle and create a mission number to help Brian and the governor to create additional testing in Indiantown. That would be wonderful.
Second.
Yeah, and that would be without any military or police, it's just a civilian type testing.
Yes, sir. We'll do it at the local level using the Martin County Health Department and a Cleveland Clinic as our partners, as well as the Florida Communities Health that's out there.
Yep. Okay. All right. I have a motion by Commissioner Smith, I think, seconded by Commissioner Hetherington. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Brian. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, Congressman Mast. I appreciate everything.
We're all
you're
personal
doing.
Yes, we're
Everybody
very calls me Brian.
We're very blessed to have a congressman that is disengaged in our community. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
Okay. So next up is Rob Lord, Cleveland Clinic.
Left, you won't take offense, please. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Again, it's a privilege to be with you. We continue to see positive trends with COVID-19. Our growth rate over the last 7 days was 2%, and that matched the 7 days prior to that. This last week, we also admitted 4 new COVID patients to our hospital. That matched the same number from the week prior. Now, those are new patients. That's not a total population. We have some patients that stay with us quite some time. In fact, I am also, I'll just insert it here, very pleased to let you know and let the community know that we did have a caregiver, a nurse who worked in our ICU, who we had talked about being in the hospital. He was discharged 2 days ago. And yes. And I would be remiss if I did not extend an expression of gratitude to the Martin County Sheriff's Office and the Stewart Police Department, who provided the lights and sirens escort for him to the rehab hospital, where he needs to spend a little more time rehabilitating. We wish him the best, and we thank the community. There's a sense of community here that really is extraordinary. On the Indiantown situation, just want to very briefly touch on that. We were on a phone call late yesterday afternoon, the health department, our organization, We've mentioned to you what we did with an assisted living facility with a strike force. We're prepared to do with that. We're working hard collaboratively together. I just really do think that this county serves as an example for others to follow in how to best approach this. Notwithstanding that expression of positive signs, I hope we all realize this is not over. This illness spread dramatically, very fast, covered the globe in a matter of just a few months. And we've done a tremendous job of flattening that curve. But that doesn't mean this thing can't take off again. So we need to be mindful of that. Last Saturday, I had the privilege of meeting with Governor DeSantis along with several leaders from the Cleveland Clinic down in Weston. And we spent a little over an hour with the governor before he had a press conference going through some of the things that we did. By the way, the governor was very interested in what we did with that assisted living facility here, citing it for the third or the fourth time as a best practice in that. And I commend the health department and my colleagues at the Cleveland Clinic. I thought it was, and the owner of that facility did a magnificent job. But what he has announced is he is lifting the prohibition on elective surgeries as of Monday. So we have been going through cases for the last couple of weeks, trying to identify cases that would allow us to ramp up. We're looking at cases principally that have short length of stay, generally 24 hours or less to start with. That gives us tremendous flexibility. It would allow us, if we did have a sudden unexpected surge, within 24 hours we can get those rooms ready for a COVID patient if that were necessary. We'll continue to develop this. We're going to prioritize those cases on severity and the effect that it's having on the patients. I want to also, I know there's a reluctance on the part of some members of our community to come to the hospital. I assure you that we are going to extraordinary lengths to make sure that that facility is clean and safe for anyone who enters the building. We're going to continue to operate our drive-through testing. Our volumes on that have dropped off a little bit. That's fine. We are going to maintain the service. Today, we have also expanded that. Anyone 16 years of age who has a fever and any sort of respiratory illness, a cough, a runny nose, or sneezing, we will test. Any individual who has a fever and any gastronomical problems, that's vomiting, diarrhea, those sorts of things. We will test those individuals. They must still call that number. I'll repeat it, 772-419-3360 and get an appointment, but we have opened that up. We have greater resources available to us. We're seeing a turnaround time of 3 to 4 days on the commercial testing, and then we have our rapid testing that we can do much quicker. I want to express our appreciation for the collaboration with our community partners, and we're not letting our guard down, but we do have this headed in the right direction. But I strongly encourage everyone in the county to continue with their vigilance in this. If we do that, I think we're headed in the right direction. Be happy to provide any additional information or answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lord? No. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
really
much.
Appreciate it. Okay, next up, Carol Ann Vitani, the Health Department. Is there any way we could shut that projector off for the
I've
moment?
asked him to do that.
You're blinding me.
It takes like 5 minutes for the...
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. I'll just stand here. You have sunglasses?
Move your chair over.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get too close to
Yeah.
him.
I don't want you to. I have a tape measure.
Good morning.
Over here in my seat, the lighting is fine for me. Fine.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Once again, it's really an honor and a privilege to be able to give you an update on our COVID-19 situation. As Rob said, we are extremely thankful and really honored to be working with such amazing community partners. Cleveland Clinic, Florida Community Health Center, emergency management, our sheriff's department. I could just go on, even our nonprofit organizations. Without this team approach, I don't think we would be as successful as we are currently right now with where we stand. So, being that said, currently the Florida Department of Health dashboard is reflecting 191 confirmed cases, 6 deaths in Martin County. There are 33,690 total confirmed cases in the state of Florida. All this information and more, of course, is on the Department of Health interactive dashboard, which I know that we've been talking about over these past few months. Recently, another tab was added to the dashboard as of yesterday, actually, and that is the Health Metrics tab. And this provides a snapshot of state and individual counties for Martin ending April 19th. So it will be updated again this Sunday, which reflects our visits to the emergency department for COVID-like illness and influenza-like illness, which has been declining since mid-April. So as you know, many similar symptoms with COVID reflect other viruses. So that's why, it's important for individuals when you are ill to check with your provider to rule out all those other types of illnesses. It also shows that Martin County, as of the 19th, it shows that Martin County achieved its peak in cases around April 5th. And this is reflected again on the dashboard, and a 7.8% positivity rate for cases, which is below the state average. So as we move forward with phased-in approach for Florida's recovery plan, it is essential that everyone continue to protect themselves and be vigilant by following all of those prevention measures that we've been talking about so much over these past 2 months. Again, we strongly recommend people wear cloth face coverings. Again, that keeps my germs to me and your germs to you, as well as the social distancing, especially when maybe it's not as easily attainable. Of course, the hand washing, again, can't stress that enough, the importance of that. And of course, staying home when you're sick, cleaning high-touch surfaces, all of the things that we've been speaking about over these past few months. We still need to remain vigilant and hold the course. Contact tracing of positive cases and their contacts still remains a top priority for the department and my team. And it's through that contact tracing that we continue to contain the spread of the virus. Also, as you know, our most vulnerable population. We have, and I think that that's why we've been so successful. From day one, we have talked with all of our ALFs and our long-term care facilities 7 days a week to discuss if there's any signs and symptoms of influenza-like illnesses and any resources that they may need. So COVID testing will continue in our community. And we will also encourage residents, again, to call their provider with any health conditions. And the provider will then assess the illness and determine whether testing is needed. The DOH interactive dashboard, one last time, I'd like to give you that, and that's floridahealthcovid19.gov. DOH Martin maintains, again, our local call center for questions Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 772-221-4000, option 9. One other thing before I close is I want to also reflect on the fact that we locally have been working very closely with Florida Community Health Center and Cleveland Clinic to address our concerns in Indiantown. So I want to reassure you, and we will now add that mission request as of this morning to our plan, and we will follow up with you on how that goes. So we're hoping to next week be expanding the testing, and I will let you know how that goes. And the one last number, I'll give you one more time, is the state call center, which is 24/7, and that is 866-779-6121. You would think I would know it by heart by now, but I don't. So we thank you again, as always, for your support. We're here to do whatever we can to meet the needs of our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Head.
I was thinking on Indiantown,
Yes.
I know that Department of Health is doing an increased education campaign,
Mm-hmm.
and that seems like a good time too to weave in some of those nonprofits who have a trusted relationship with the Indiantown folks like United Way and Healthy Start, and that might be a good way to get that information to some of the residents.
Absolutely. I know that a number of our staff who work closely in Indiantown do work closely with our partners, and yes, have been engaged with them and will continue to be engaged with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you. Okay, Carol Dietz, United Way.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to give you a quick update on what nonprofits are doing in our community. In terms of food, we've been serving our community with breakfast, lunch, and all of our partners. We have seen slight increases in all of those areas. In speaking with our partners, we're very optimistic that we can continue to provide these services, and also we're optimistic for the future, even though we know that the food supply chain is tightening, especially with reopenings in other parts of the country, restaurants potentially reopening. Some of the sources for food will tighten up, but we're optimistic that with our Community Recovery Task Force that we can keep working together to make sure that our partners have everything. Just a quick update on the cloth masks. We have provided about 4,500 masks to date. If anyone, seniors listening, needs a mask, please call our office. We will try to get them to you. We are limiting how many we can provide because our sewers are worn out, but they're continuing to provide that service. But please let us know if you need masks. We do have some at the office. We also continue to coordinate volunteers for our community. They're working all over. You'll see them in Live United shirts or all kinds of shirts in our community to help with the tasks that are at hand. And I'd like to reiterate, if there's any seniors out there that need help, please call, because there are services out there. And then I would, if you'd give me a second, just to update you on the funding partners. I know we've talked about this before, but there are 12 funding partners that have come together from corporations, government, and nonprofits. We are looking at applications that agencies provide. It's a single application process, but not a single funding process, if that makes sense. So basically, we're all looking at the applications, and we're all using our own guidelines within each organization to determine if we're going to be a part of funding that application. One really great thing that's happening because of this consortium is, one, we're all able to see what agencies need and work on it together. And two, something that's happening like within the next couple weeks is 5 of the funders have come together and we're all buying a truckload of sanitation supplies for our partner agencies as we gear up to thinking about opening our agencies back up to full capacity so that they have masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, bleach to keep our partners safe and also the clients that come into the agency. We couldn't do this alone, but by working together as funders, we're able to provide that service to our partners. So just a quick update. If people have questions about that fund, they're more than willing. I can talk offline about that with you. Easiest numbers to receive help, 211, or you can call the county's number at 772, and I'm going to mess this up. I think it's 287-1652. And then, or the United Way's number at 772-283-4800. Any questions for me?
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michelle, Emergency Management Director.
All right. Good morning. We'll wipe that off. All right. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys again. When this pandemic began, no one knew how our community would be impacted, but we've taken measured steps to ensure the safety of our community, and our residents have done a good job with the voluntary compliance of the governor's order, helping us with the curve. While the governor's safer at home order has been extended to Monday, we ask residents to remain aware of these rules in place to protect the most vulnerable in our population at large. As a reminder, these executive orders and emergency orders were not designed to eradicate coronavirus, but provide hospitals and our healthcare agencies with the bandwidth to care for all of our residents who may or have gotten sick from the virus. At the state level on Monday, the governor's Phase 1 Safe, Smart, Step-by-Step plan for Florida's recovery will go into effect, which outlines a phased approach to reopening, but the guiding principles to focus on health and safety of the public, the continued priority of protecting the vulnerable, protecting residents' civil liberties, continued partnerships with local communities, ensuring public confidence, planning for economic recovery, and our healthcare system readiness. I know we're going to discuss a little bit more about Phase 1 later, but while there's no firm timeline for entry into Phase 2, the governor and his team will continue to analyze the data. However, key metrics must be met before we can go to Phase 2, and that includes the state maintaining the health benchmarks of state safe, smart, and step-by-step plan, maintaining hospital bed capacity, which we've been fortunate in Martin County, and then continued monitoring of the COVID-19 test positivity rate. Locally, we continue to also monitor these metrics based on the data provided by the Florida Department of Health, and we continue to meet and supply our healthcare partners and first responders with their protective equipment needs to ensure we are prepared to respond to the next phase of the event. And we've been fortunate that we have not had any critical shortages in any of our needs, and we've been able to submit those requests up to the state through admission whenever we started to get low and have those requests fulfilled. We're also working internally and with our community partners as we begin to navigate the FEMA reimbursement process for this event. So we're always keeping an eye forward to make sure that we are doing all we can to that. The Community Information Center remains open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at 772-287-1652, available to answer any questions from the public. And we continue our regular communication efforts with the Martin County update videos, our daily report, which is emailed and posted each night on social media, and our website. The website, which is constantly updated throughout the day, our social media platforms, our Alert Martin emergency notifications, which residents can register for community-wide notifications by texting Alert Martin, one word, to 888-777, our community update weekly emails, and news releases and local media outreach. So as we continue to do what we can to protect the community, we ask that everyone keep making conscious, thoughtful, and data-driven decisions to do the same. We recommend wearing masks in public, thoroughly washing hands, and keeping distance around other people. As the Department of Health mentioned, wearing masks or cloth face coverings, by wearing them, I'm protecting you, and when you wear one, you're protecting me. And we're all in this together. So thank you. Is there anything you'd like to hear more about?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff, do you have anything you would like to share with us?
Good morning, Chairman, Board, and County Administrator. A couple of real quick follow-ups for you. I've been doing this weekly, just letting you know where we are as a Sheriff's Office. Golf courses this week, since we met last, have been status quo, and we've done some spot checking, but we've encountered no significant problems. Our beaches, due to overcrowding of the St. Lucie county beaches. Overcrowding. Martin County has had a significant influx of people trying to get to our beaches. We continue turning away residents from southern counties, including Broward and Palm Beach. So what we do see is when they can't go to a beach there, they're coming up this way. Our causeways were crowded, but there were no noticeable issues. Compliance was achieved through education. I could note at this time, we've charged nobody for violating the stay-at-home or stay-in-place order, and everything we have done has been through general persuasion and education. The boat ramps. Sanskrit and Jensen saw a steady flow of people utilizing the ramps this past weekend. That was much mitigated by the weather. Continued high volume of boaters from Miami, Homestead, Boca Raton, and the counties from south of us attempting to use our ramps, and there is a significant increase in commercial fishing licenses. We continue to believe that is pushed in no small part by people who have found a loophole in the state law that allows them to get a license, commercial license, relatively easily. Since April 2nd, when we started to keep records, we've had 645 calls for service that are related to the COVID situation, and that is the status of our agency here in Martin County.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the sheriff? Yeah, I'm sure. You're going to stick around for?
Sure.
We might be having a conversation later that you should be involved with.
I'll be glad to. Thank you.
Thanks. Could get up there. Yeah. Okay. I think at this point we take public comment, right? Because then we'll have a presentation. Okay, first, George, do you want to go first? Or let's let Joan Goodrich from the Business Development Board go. Here you go.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Administrators, and members of the community. Joan Goodrich from your Business Development Board. Just wanted to give you a brief update on some of our new activities. Earlier this week with our partners at the Chamber's Economic Council and other community economic development partners, we distributed a survey seeking to learn more about how our businesses were managing through COVID-19, advice on reopening, and the assistance that they needed. While 50% of the respondents to date described their condition as at risk or distressed, they were also very positive about their business's outlook. In fact, 77% of them were positive about that. Additionally, when we asked them about their outlook for our local economy, 68% of them were very positive. From a reopening point of view, 54% of them would love to reopen immediately, especially those that are noted as non-essential at this point and those that depend on our beaches, parks, and boat ramps. But a higher percentage, actually 67%, said, you know what, maybe that slow go, step by step, is more important. So again, we can ensure that we don't have to close, reopen. Their top worry points at this point in time, they continue to be worried about losing work from their clients and other projects. Of course, they're worried about customer traffic into their operations. They're also worried about their employees' financial welfare, paying their business rent and mortgage, and assessing government relief round out the top 5. Additionally, they continue to ask for advocacy, especially those in our non-essential service category, and some even inquired about whether impact fees could be suspended for a period of time to help stimulate the economy once we move through some of these phases. Again, they're very conservative about for those that are allowed to continue operations or those that are getting poised to reopen. They are committed to ensuring that their customers, their employees remain safe and feel safe. So sanitizing, disinfecting their facilities is something that they're committed to. They also let us know what they need from a business assistance point of view, and we'll use that in our biz team moving forward. Additionally, we launched a new tool, an online mapping directory that will allow businesses to indicate whether they're open or closed. Of course, this complements what your Office of Tourism is already doing with dining at a distance. We've added the Get Ready section on the Martin County Biz Hub at bdbmc.org that allows them to access all of the excellent resources that are coming out. And Smart Talk is on Wednesdays at 12 noon.
Time's up. Thank you.
Thanks, Joan. Mr. Rob Ranieri, House of Hope.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Rob Ranieri with House of Hope for the record. Couple things real quick. First is I know you're going to have some difficult decisions to make as we move forward, but we're certainly confident that you will continue to prioritize public health and safety as you make those decisions. A couple things I think that are noteworthy. Hopefully, as we progress and move further down the line here away from the worst parts of this pandemic, that these meetings hopefully will continue so we can have this forum to be able to sort of zero in on all the issues associated with this pandemic, especially some of the economic issues that are going to be with us for the long term. Also just wanted to say it's been, and I mentioned it last week I think when I spoke, it's been great working with the emergency operations team. I'm sure at some point we'll have an opportunity to recap and talk about the things that each of us as agencies and county have learned, and we'll put together a stronger plan for any type of situation like this that we might see again in the future. And just so you're aware, House of Hope certainly pledges to continue to do everything that we can to support the county's efforts and to support the community as well. So thank you for all that you've done and your leadership and support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Audrey Kane, next.
Good morning, board members, commissioners,
You need to do the wipe.
administration. People are asking.
No. Ma'am, could you wipe the...
Why don't you tell everybody, Harold, what the deal is?
So we have the wipes here, if you'd wipe off the microphone before you speak.
Thank you. To my point then, people are asking, when is it safe? And logic tells us, never. To paraphrase Benjamin Franklin, what did he say about safety? Those who would give up freedom for safety will have neither. Life is not safe. Life is risky. But while we still have our freedom, we have to choose to keep it. I'm from Long Island. I'm a beach snob. That's one reason I moved to Hobe Sound, or to Martin County in general. I urge you to open the beaches. When the lot is full, close it, send the people away. I don't think there's going to, I'm not running up to Port St. Lucie or Indian River because they opened the other day. So why would we expect millions or thousands of people to come up here? Please consider opening the beaches for people's sanity. There will never be 100% safety anywhere in this world. I thank you for your attention.
Janice Homewood. And again, you have 3 minutes, and if you'd wipe the, you're going to have to adjust the microphone too.
Good morning, Commissioner and the board. I'm a caregiver for many years. I take care of Alzheimer's, dementia, and hospice. My concern is I don't know the protocol, the safety of my people when I take them in to get their hair done. I heard the House, Pelosi, they will be suing any of the customers or clients if they happen to have the virus, but we'd never do that. You know, you make sure that they're taken care of and stuff. What is the protocol if the safety of your client to take them into, you know, the restaurants and stuff like that? When would that happen? Would they sue? I just hear about this lawsuit stuff. I don't know what's going on. I just wanted to get some answers.
Okay, this is public comment. And
Oh, okay.
honestly, we don't
So-
probably even have those answers, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about that and the safety of my people. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Ripper.
Good morning. I stand here today representing the Council on Aging of Martin County as the President and CEO, and I thank you for having this meeting. I just wanted to make sure that you all know we're getting a lot of calls from seniors who are very afraid. We have a telephone access line, helpline for seniors to call in. We're doing telephone reassurance every day. Most of them are homebound seniors, but they do get out. They're worried about how their food's getting to them, about people coming up from southern counties, and what will that do to them. So we are providing quite a bit of telephone reassurance. But I also wanted to let you know that meals are going through the roof, and we're very excited to be able to give to people in our community the home-delivered meals. The volunteers that you all have given us have been tremendous. This is a very positive time as well as a very difficult time. We've seen the community really rally around the troops, so to speak, in the hospitals and also in all the different nonprofits. So I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing and hope that you'll be guided by principle, safety, and health today in your decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, I believe it's Driscoll? And that's my last speaker form in the room.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for serving our community. It's appreciated. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I spent 279 days of my 317 in the field with the infantry. I'm a combat medic. And the first thing I learned in Vietnam is you have to overcome fear. And the best way to do that is to hit it head on. Fear equals forget everything and run. And the thing that's bothered me the most about this pandemic thing is, for me personally, is politically driven, number one. But number two, and probably the most important thing, is it's still being run fearfully and pushing fear. I've not heard one thing today of offering hope. We're still discussing the fear of this, and it is dangerous, and yes, we have to be cautious, and we should err on the side of caution. We can't err on the side of infringing on people's rights. I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but there are other statistics and stuff. I personally don't follow Dr. Fauci exclusively, and I don't know if y'all are aware. There's a study by Stanford and USC that has produced data from the World Health Organization, from the CDC, that says anywhere from 10 to 55% of the people in California have been exposed and have probably had been asymptomatic to this disease, which brings the death rate, the mortality rate, down to 0.03. There's 2 doctors in California that use data from the World Health Organization and the CDC, and they're the same thing. What I would like to see is statistics on who's recovered. What are the statistics that who's been exposed? I've not been tested, but supposing I had it and I recovered and I was asymptomatic. That's what I mean by fear-driven. We must be positive. Leadership means you do what's best interest for the people. And one of the things that bothers me is I'm 100% disabled with PTSD. I moved back here so I could be with my family. I can't go to the beach. I can't do much. Science, data, medical history says the body has its own natural immune system. The longer you lock us up and keep us from intermingling, we lose that herd immunity. We must have it. It's imperative. That's science. I didn't agree with the governor when he wouldn't open the hair salons. 25%
Sir, your time
restaurants.
Thank
but
you.
Thank you. I'm kind of hard of hearing, so I didn't hear the call.
okay.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Stokas, you are up to bat.
All right, Mr. Commissioner. First comment is from James McCardle. It says, please remove restrictions on all business, but ask public places to enact a COVID-19 sanitary plan and adequate spacing for clients. Next comment is from R.J. Pazzi. Sheriff Snyder was discussing manpower regarding plans for sheriff presence at county beaches. Was the sheriff forgetting the multiple SROs with nothing to do since MSSD is physically closed? One would think that would be obvious assignments to assure liberties and quality of life for taxpayers of Martin County.
Mr. Stokas, would you try to read more slowly?
Sure.
Thank you.
Next one is from L. Shanley. Dear Commissioners and County Administrator, in the presentation to the National Academy of Sciences, Dr. Andrew Fauci, Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, emphasized that we must move slowly and carefully as we work to reopen the county step by step. Some parts of the country, like New York City, have stabilized, but we are only at the midpoint of the curve, not the end point. The dynamic of infections across the country differs from state to state and from city to city. The President's plan to open up America again requires that we all must pass certain step points, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Fauci strongly cautioned any attempts to leapfrog over these phases almost certainly will result in a rebound. You hear the need and desire to get back to normal. That is understandable. But we are dealing with an unprecedented global health problem. If we don't get control of it, we will never get back to normal. From the county commission meeting last week, it sounds like the Martin County Task Force to reopen Martin County is composed of members of the Business Development Board, Economic Council, and Council of Chambers. Does this task force include infectious disease specialists, immunologists, and epidemiologists, public sector economists, behavioral psychologists, and risk communication experts, data scientists, disaster management practitioners, the sheriff, the county council, the mayor of Stewart? Is the task force to reopen the county composed of independent experts or campaign donors? While the economic well-being of our businesses and residents is very important, the health and safety of our residents, our health workers, and our first responders should be paramount. Thank you for protecting our loved ones, our families. A limited task force members is not posted anywhere that is easily findable on the county website, and a keyword search brings up nothing. Please provide a list of the Martin County Task Force members, their names, affiliations, relevant expertise on the Martin County COVID webpage. Thank you again for your service. Next one is from William McGigan. Dear Board of Martin County Commissioners, if beaches have been reopened prior to this meeting, then please disregard my comments. First of all, I am extremely proud of how well our public officials have handled this unique event. I realize there are so many variables in the ever-changing equation that solving it in the end may only result in a better organization rather than the answer. I know from my previous lives that making everyone happy impossible, however, is not probable. And when opening our beaches and waterways, there are numerous variables to account for. The pros and cons are being weighed like a triage. Facts are being calculated and probabilities are being deduced from a computer program's algorithms. But to get to my point, I respectfully ask that our beaches be reopened. We have so many people in Martin County that are kind, responsible, professional, and intelligent. The ignorance of the few are punishing the greater population. I know several taxpayers, including myself, wouldn't mind allocating more money from county taxes or even possibly federal relief money to Sheriff Snyder for a temporary beach patrol task force. Sheriff Snyder and his team have yielded successful results every time they form and deploy special task force. I understand that opening our beaches prior to a neighboring county may cause a dangerous influx of people, and then we may have no choice except to reclose the beaches. I respectfully suggest checkpoints filtering access to only those who reside in our county. The deputies can be stationed at major access points and bridges that they know best. We can assign roving beach patrol units teamed with our lifeguard staff to ensure social distancing our guidelines are being met. We can utilize our Sailfish Splash lifeguard team to assist in the beaches also. The emotional health of our communities and families is just as important as the physical health, and I feel we would be negligent not to protect both. Let's not play follow the leader with our reopenings, and let's set the standard like Martin County is known for. If the few wish to violate our established rules, then we remove them from our county. We have a governor's order in place allowing hiking, swimming, and fishing as long as distancing guidelines are met. If someone fails to comply, then second-degree misdemeanor arrest can apply. Rhyming not intended, but still humorous. Thank you again for your time and consideration, Bill McGigan. The next comment is from Elliot Wilson. Good afternoon. I am writing this in reference to the beach closures and small business closures throughout Martin County. It is my belief that it is our right as homeowners and citizens of Martin County to have access to our beaches, parks, and for small businesses to be open. Due to the small number of COVID-19 cases in the county and the overall well-being for the local economy. This infringement on our rights as citizens is not only unconstitutional, but also devastating to our local economy. It is not the local, state, or federal government's responsibility to ensure our welfare, but rather responsibility on a personal level for one's own health and well-being. Please look into opening our county ASAP. Next comment is from William Cloud. His comment is time to consider reopening beaches. Next comment is from Haley Stevens. Please open our beaches, at least for essential activities. Most beach activities, such as surfing and swimming, naturally follow social distancing guidelines. People need sunshine and salt water to be happy and therefore healthy. Businesses on the island desperately need the beaches to open in order to survive. We are happy to follow social distancing guidelines anywhere, but please open our beaches. Next comment is from Kent Butler. I found it shocking that they have closed our beaches in the first place. I know firsthand Martin County is vastly different from more populated beaches in Florida. It is very achievable for the community to social distance on a beach, as in there is enough space for families to set up more than 6 feet. Also, I have been surfing my whole life. For the government to shut down the ocean is a crime itself. Please open the beaches back up full time. To put selected open hours on public park is only going to drive more people in a short amount of time. Thank you for everything, Martin County. Next comment is from Evan Knapp. Open the beaches, open the skate parks, open the state parks. How is it fair for the majority of Floridians who wish to go outside and social distance but cannot, simply because they do not have access to the private beaches like rich people? Go ahead and enforce social distancing, but don't make everyone suffer for it. Create a skate park capacity limit. Use patrols to make sure large groups aren't gathering on the beach. I just don't understand how 30 people can jog, run, or walk the bridges in close proximity, yet you can't even by yourself walk an isolated nature trail. Stop being lazy. Please do the right thing and open recreational locations. Next comment is from Philip Magliocetti. Open up beaches and small business. Let's get back to normal business and life. Next comment is from Jorge Costero. Time to open beaches with restrictions. Also, local businesses need to be allowed to open and follow social distancing as much as possible. Very few people in the hospitals. Our county is really hurting emotionally and physically and financially. Right now, you are making the cure worse than the disease. Thank you for listening, Jorge. Next comment is from Sean Harrington. Hello, I am writing to respectfully request that the local beaches reopen. The opportunity to reduce the spread of the virus was very successful, and it's great to see other communities using reasonable precaution in reopening these vital natural areas. The steady decline in cases per day and very small group of infected citizens here in Martin County give you reasonable basis. Data says we are on the way down to make this decision. I have attached a summary graph from my data collection. Only a 6% positive test rate statewide yesterday, and less than 823 people per day testing positive. Wide is averaged over the last 10 days. Time to get the beaches and the parks back open. Thank you, Sean. Next comment is from Jacob Portwood. It is essential for us to reopen the small businesses and recreational areas. I feel people have been cautious enough in and out numbers show. Next comment, Bonnie Mason. Please open our beaches to the public. Let us bring a chair and watch the waves. At least 10 foot away from neighbor. Must be same household together, no more than 8 to 10. I swim, but I need to sit before and after. It's ridiculous not to allow chairs. Thank you very much, Bonnie Mason. Next comment, John Klein. Please open the beaches. People can still social distance at the beach. If someone is afraid of getting sick, they don't have to go in public in the first place. Next comment, Brian File. Open public beach access for recreation while maintaining social distance in small businesses. Masses flock to big box stores and closed doors. Beaches are open air and wide range of space, most times windy. Next comment, Karen Pistelio. Open Martin County beaches. Next comment, Christina Malanado. The ocean air and salt water are therapeutic to many of your constituents. To those suffering from anxiety secondary to our economic health and health crisis. Time on the beach is calming and healing. Allow parks and golf courses to remain open, have given us an opportunity to escape our angst. Why not our beaches? Your rationale for keeping those areas open and the beaches closed is not logical. Please consider opening them with similar restrictions taken to adjoining counties to the north. Thank you. Next comment is from Anna C. Open the state. Next comment is from Javier Espinosa. Please open the beaches to exercise like walking, running, surfing, etc. Please make everyone wear a mask if necessary and social distance. Just open the beaches, please. Next comment, Jenna Schwartz. The beach closing has been detrimental for me and my family. My parents own Ohana Surf Shop on Hutchinson Island and have had little to no business during this time of year, which typically keeps our shop running. Having an extremely limited source of income has been very stressful for all of us. Not only that, but the beaches is to me and many of us, my friends and family, therapy. It is our happy place, and the ocean cleanses our airways and souls. My puppy is so sad and confused as to why she has not been able to play in the ocean. We typically take her every day, and she misses it as well. I know we can safely distance and make work for everybody. Thank you for your consideration in this manner. Sincerely, Jenna. Next comment, Savannah Dow. Please reopen our beaches and boat ramps. It's necessary to your well-being, to the well-being of the public. The people need this public form of recreation. Fresh air, sunshine is the best place to stay healthy and happy. Next comment is from Bruce Powers. Martin County golf courses are empty, not allowing non-residents to play. The safety precautions can easily handle more players. Next comment, Catherine Thomas. Please reopen our beaches. I understand that we are in close proximity to Palm Beach County, but honestly, people are going to drive to the beach anyway. I am a Martin County resident and drove up to Volusia County to go to the beach this weekend. It was crowded, but still people were a lot farther than 6 feet apart. There weren't people gathering in groups over 5, and I can personally say that I did not come within 20 feet of anyone. There were also police patrol officers patrolling to make sure this didn't happen. Additionally, the UV being found to kill the virus, along with mental health benefits and being able to get out of the house, I think that this decision would be more good than harm. Palm Beach County has started to open back up their golf courses, parks, and boat ramps. I am sure the beaches will be soon to follow. Next comment, Beverly Halstead. If a person gets retested after waiting 72 hours after symptoms have disappeared, they may or may not test positive. If they test positive, it is reported as a new positive case. It should be reported as a recovering case. It is the same person, but now being counted twice as a new positive case. This erroneously spikes the numbers of new positive cases. Governor DeSantis said we have to take into account all those retested positive cases. He was stating that to show that our numbers are actually going down. This is a margin of error, and a policy needs to be made taking that into account. Next comment, Gail Marshall. If commissioners are considering opening Martin County back up for business, then I truly believe the only way to continue to flatten the curve is to require, not suggest, that every individual wear face coverings when out in public or all other place that would expose individuals to close proximity. This includes all workers in all businesses, such as grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, and takeout. If the beaches are open, then strict rules about social distancing should be enforced and not suggested. If golf courses are open, strict rules should be enforced in regards how many people are on the golf course in one time and how golf carts are cleaned and maintained. If Palm Beach doesn't open their recreational venues, then neither should we. We have been very careful for the past 7 weeks, and I would hate to see all our efforts thrown away because businesses are being prioritized over the health of our citizens. Senior citizens count. We pay taxes, support community businesses, and vote. Do not disregard our health and safety by acting in haste. Next comment is from Tom Pine. Good morning. My name is Tom Pine. I have been a resident of Martin County for over 45 years. I presently live in Jensen Beach. With our governor getting ready to start the reopening of our state economy, including restaurants, with the continuing of social distancing, what are you, the commission, going to do about downtown Jensen Beach, with 2 restaurants that take up 60 to 90% of usable public sidewalk for their own personal profit? You can't pass by either restaurant and maintain any social distancing. There are 3 options as I see it. Number 1, defy the governor's order for social distancing. Number 2, have pedestrians walk in the street as they often do when it's crowded during downtown on nights and weekends. 3, remove all tables from the public sidewalk and give the sidewalk back to the taxpayers. This is another example of how code enforcement picks winners and losers on a regular basis. At the conclusion of the commission meeting, it would be an excellent opportunity to visit downtown Jensen Beach. With easy parking, you could view the problem firsthand. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. Tom Pine.
Go ahead, George.
Keep going? Okay. Next comment from Anthony Veltri. Our beaches should be reopened as others have done already. Exercise only, no sunbathing, no blanket or chairs, walking, running, swimming permitted. No sunbathing, no blanket, no surfing or other like sports should also be permitted. If you are moving and 6 feet away from each other, then it is the same as going to the store. Could I paddle around the inlet and then surf? Why can't I walk across the beach and get water? Another consideration is to make the beaches open to Martin County residents only. As everyone knows, south of us is still shut down. They will come if we open up. Keep Martin County beaches open only to Martin County residents at this time. Next comment, Tiana Epperson. Our family believes that opening up the community too soon will increase the risk of transmission and contribute to increased cases within the community, resulting in the increased risk of transmission and contribute to increased cases within the community, resulting in overwhelming our healthcare system and lives lost. We would like the public places and non-essential businesses, including bars, restaurants, to stay closed and social distancing measures to be continued. We understand the impact on our local small business, and we have a family and are continuing to support them in any way we can. While we want to support the individuals in the community, we also want to keep them safe and happy, and that was from Tiana. Next comment is from Mark Chavs. It's time to slowly, cautiously reopen the county. Start with outdoor areas like parks, beaches, and outdoor dining while practice social distancing. No chairs or blankets on the beach, but let people swim, walk, surf, and fish. These are safer activities which will help promote civic morale while minimizing social revolts. Open businesses with recommendations for safer operations. Tell people to wear masks when shopping and wash their hands immediately afterwards. Wait to open places where large numbers of people congregate for long periods of time, like movie theaters. People return to some of the safer aspects of their former lives. The economy can use it. Individual mental health could use it, as well as people's livelihoods. Thank you. Next comment is from Chris Schultz. As a 40-plus year resident of Martin County, I would like to commend the Martin County Board of County Commissioners on their quick and responsive efforts to limit social interaction on county-owned property in response to COVID-19 crisis. As an avid outdoorsman, I have witnessed the public response firsthand on a daily basis. Your decision to allow county parks and river access to remain open for limited activity has proven successful. While operating at a greater than normal capacity, residents utilizing local and regional parks are respecting social distancing guidelines and giving each other plenty of space, even on walking and biking trails. While vehicles are parked side by side, residents take turns loading and unloading passengers and gear. The residents of Martin County love their recreation and time spent outdoors, and they respect the rules so that they may continue in their enjoyment. Now that we see that people have successfully adopted the rules of social distancing in our public parks, it's time to extend the same level of consideration to beach users. I ask the board to earnestly consider opening the county beaches for recreational purposes, to include walking, running, swimming, surfing, kiteboarding, paddleboarding, kayaking, snorkeling, etc. Are we ready to allow folks to plop down in mass and pass the sunblock? Not yet. But we are ready to allow residents to enjoy reasonable recreational activities on our beaches like we afford the users of our other county parks. Thank you, Chris Schultz. Next comment is from Jackie Transinger. If you listen to the medical professionals, Fauci and Bricks, you know that testing is extremely important before we can safely open up our county and get people back to work. All of the professionals agree that we will be hitting our high numbers in May. Mr. Stokas gave you the criteria last week and said that the county has not yet met that criteria. The BOCC should be listening to the medical community, not emotional voices of people who are bored, tired of being indoors, want to go fishing, must play doubles, need to go bars, must play golf. Do not listen to the politicians, either whose only interest is either in their own reelection or their stock portfolios. It made me very nervous to see our governor sitting with the president yesterday, seemingly getting his orders from him about how and when to open up Florida. I would have been happier to see Governor sitting with Dr. Fauci, who has the scientific information that the governor needs. By the way, as an old person with underlying health issues, I am not willing to lay down my life for Wall Street or Main Street. I have self-quarantined in order not to spread any Jackie Transinger germs to young people since March 11th. I did not do that to have selfish, unintelligent people demand an end to a social distancing, which will create a second wave of more deaths of young and old. Dead people cannot shop. Despite the selfishness and disobedience of many in Martin County, we are lucky to have fewer cases than so many communities in South Florida. I am sure that it is because we are not densely populated due to the comp plan rules, 4-story height limit, and slow growth over the years. We need you to make decisions based upon the data and the facts. Please do the right thing. Thank you, Jackie Transinger. Next comment is from Robbie Docopil. As a local citizen, I would like to see a responsible opening of our local businesses and beaches. Our local restaurants and shops cannot afford to be closed any longer. I have full confidence in the ability of the owners to make responsible decisions and continue to use a standard rule for keeping people 6 feet apart while shopping, dining. As for our beaches, they need to be opened immediately. The beach provides fresh air and a place to get away and reflect. This is important. However, the beaches should be reopened for swimming, exercise, and water sports only. No sunbathing at this time, and unfortunately, no barbecuing. The lifeguards simply cannot make sure people only staying 6 feet apart and watch our beaches at the same time. Thus far, Martin County, in my opinion, has done a great job. Our leaders have made good decisions, and will continue moving forward in opening our shops, beaches, and restaurants. Thank you. Next comment is Margaret Moser. Please do not make the mistake of other southeast states are making and make a rash decision on opening up quickly. People have not respected social distancing thus far, and the more lax the rules they unless they listen. They have proven not responsible thus far for their fellow humans' life. Please let's eliminate this rise in infections before we even think of letting our guards down. Next comment, Christina Adcock. Please reopen sandbars and beaches, enforce social distancing, boat distancing, sunlight and heat is good for people. Reopen restaurants for outdoor seating, require staff and guests wear masks when not eating or drinking, if not 6 feet from another person. Next comment, Mary Smith. Please allow beach chairs. A government order to keep moving at all times is not right. We are not hamsters. Not everyone is a fit 22-year-old jogger. It is discrimination. Some people want to just sit quietly, find peace, look at the ocean, owned by God, not the government. Ordering constant movement, no. When it's hot, it will stress hearts, cause overheating. People could collapse. Please don't do that. Sitting in one spot in a chair is less germ spreading than walking in groups and sweating. People know what to do. Let us live, please. There is not much peace and happiness left. Government control has to end. We're not communists. Please let retired people of those with bad knees and non-gym fit people for those who had skin cancer need to sit under umbrellas. Have the beach too. We also have the right. We matter. I beg of you. Thank you. Next comment is from David Ladd. Is this the comment? The comment is, thanks, George. Martin County residents can play in Palm Beach County. I only hope Palm Beach County residents can now play in Martin County. And that's from Mr. David Ladd. William Fries. Dear Martin County board members, it's past time to reopen Martin County in our state. The actual numbers from COVID-19 show that elderly over 65 years old, those with chronic disease, unhealthy lifestyles, and immunodeficiency are the most at risk. These folks are the ones that need to remain quarantined and must practice social distancing and wear masks when indoors. The rest of the population is extremely low risk and must be allowed to return to their jobs and schools. Summer schools should be reopened as well, along with summer programs for children. The mortality rate from COVID-19 in children, teenagers, and young adults is almost statistically zero. If we do not reopen everything soon, much more harm will be caused to the population than this virus ever could. We must immediately reopen our hospitals for elective procedures. Millions of Floridians have been exposed to COVID-19 already. According to a very latest testing results, many of us who have been exposed do not get sick at all because of a strong immune system can fight the virus. The original purpose and reason given for the shutdown was to flatten the curve of the expected need for hospitalization. The goal was achieved. Time to open back up. Thank you, William Fries. Next comment is it is very unfortunate that our beautiful beaches are still closed to the public health and enjoyment. Outdoor activities, exposure to the sun that is essential for nature, production of vitamin D in our bodies, and ultimately enhances strength in the immune system. Next comment, Annie Basket. Please require use of face masks inside all stores and facilities such as the U.S. Post Office. In the past few days, many people stopped using face masks in the post office and grocery stores. Some may be confused by guidelines, presuming they are keeping safe distance and do not need to wear masks. Please clarify this guideline to avoid risks to others. Next comment, Kathy Whitman. Good day, staff and county commissioners. With the winding down of the virus, there was zero reason to close parks and beaches. The public is educated and ready to use guidelines to distance and self-protection. It is time politicians not violate our rights and stop intrusive nature of our stay-at-home orders. AG Barr has made it clear that power grabs that do not make sense will be examined by Florida State's attorney. I hope you will trust the intelligence of citizens of Martin County. We tend to have long memories when it comes to government in sunshine and overstepping authority. We entrust in you. Next comment, Barbara Charlton. By remaining closed from the very contagious virus, which is not as deadly but is causing even further harm than the virus. Increasing domestic violence, increased drug abuse, people losing their livelihood, increased mental health issues. The whole reason we want to decrease the overload on the hospital system. We now have health issue. We now have the beds, the machines, PPE, and promising drugs to treat. Open our stores. Why are the beaches closed? Why can't you sit on the beach and read? It makes no sense. Why can't people who live in the same household ride in the golf cart together? I never understood closing our boat ramps. Open the restaurants. Let people make their own decisions. Stay at home if you want. Give us our freedom back. Next comment is from Eileen Gorman. Please open our beaches with the restrictions and let people walk and swim. We have had a few cases in our county per capita, and it's time to start opening our small businesses as well. Those who are afraid can remain in isolation. Heat and sunshine help deter the spread of the virus. Let's not be over-conservative. Next comment, Connie Rubble. You are doing a great job. Nice to see reopening starting as long as the beaches and recreational activities are closed to the south. Please keep ours closed or limit Martin County residents. The last experience showed us that what happened when they saw they were closed and we were open. Next comment, Kathy Skinner. Per President Trump's stages for opening, I am encouraging safety at the forefront. We have not seen a 14-day reduction of positive cases, and that's with limited testing available. I am already seeing far too many folks without face masks. I myself will continue to stay at home until health and safety data shows otherwise and widespread testing becomes available. Please be careful. Any death because of this is too many. Next comment is from Mary Harris. I am the general manager for Indianwood Golf and Country Club in Indiantown. I respectfully request that you consider loosening your restrictions requiring all players to be from Martin County residents. As the course is on the westernmost part of the Martin County part of Martin County, the majority of our customers at this time of the year are residents from Okeechobee and Port St. Lucie. The restriction has had significant impact on our revenue stream, and it would be greatly appreciated if the restriction could be loosened, lifted, or Indianwood Golf and Country Club could be granted an exemption. Thank you for your consideration, Mary. Next comment, Rona Brundell. Indiantown is exploding with the virus. As you know, they passed an ordinance requiring face masks in public. Since there is no police force, they rely on Martin County Sheriff's Office to provide enforcement of their public gathering mandated by the governor. Additionally, they need drive-through testing for all residents. Next comment, Susan Jones. When Palm Beach County reopened golf courses this week, they, like Martin County, said one golfer per cart. But they are also allowing golfers who live in the same household to ride in the same cart, i.e. spouses or a parent with a son or daughter who live in the same household. Could we please amend our golf cart regulation to allow golfers with the same household to ride together? Thank you. Next comment, Robert Hill. Florida is scheduled to begin opening of selective businesses on May 4th in most counties. Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, Broward are not part of this opening and will remain closed per the governor. As a Martin County resident, I'm very concerned that Palm Beach residents with much higher COVID cases and no mass testing will rush to Martin County to dine in our restaurants, etc., potentially bringing Martin County numbers of COVID-19 up and further exposing us to coronavirus threat. Therefore, I am opposed to reopening our county restaurants, retail, and public facilities until Palm Beach County opens their restaurants, retail, beaches, etc. What good is a slow approach when our Southern County neighbor is still shuttered? For Martin County it will be like opening the floodgates and raising our risks to exposure. Next comment, Deborah Deaver. Please consider opening Martin County beaches for all activities for residents only. This includes sunbathing and sitting reading on the beach, which is an activity many seniors and folks with disabilities can enjoy. They can't walk long distances or run or surf, etc. Requiring Martin County residency would keep people from southern counties with high virus rates from mitigating our beaches during this pandemic, require social distancing, and these activities could be safely authorized. This includes opening public and commercial pools, which allow for seniors to exercise more safely. Thank you for your consideration. This is from a person who chose to purchase a home in Martin County because of its beaches and access to pools year-round. Respectfully, Deborah Denver. Next comment is from Ray R. Please open the boat ramps on the weekends. The only thing it's done is caused heavy concentration of people in boat ramps in St. Lucie County. At least with all the boat ramps open, everyone can spread out more. This is from John Selvin. He writes, I am the owner of the Buttonwood Tennis Club, a members-only tennis club located in Baker Road, Martin County. The club has 12 tennis courts located on 10 acres. We have tennis courts only, no pickleball. Our members range from individuals out to entire families. The average age of the member is approximately 62. I am writing you in regards to the current tennis rule of singles only play. The problem is that 62-plus-year-old members are unable to play singles because, quite frankly, they don't have the leg strength to move that much. Singles tennis is a fast form of tennis play and is normally a young person's game. 90% of our members play doubles only, and the other 10% play singles. Under the current rules, 90% of our members are not able to participate in the game that they live for and love. Most of our members play 3 to 4 times a week and stay in very good shape, physically and mentally. We as a club have taken all the recommended antivirus rules to heart. We have taken the 6-foot rule to all members on and off the courts. I am asking you to please allow private clubs to play doubles. We understand the issue of some non-members trying to come north to find a court. We are fully prepared to reject any non-members attempt to play on our club. Thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it. Next comment, Judy Ames. We are hoping that the board will reopen Martin County golf courses to all Palm Beach County residents now that our golf courses reopened here this week. We support the businesses year-round and hope you will give this request your consideration. We look forward to visiting you soon. Thank you. Next comment, Christina Sukmoro. Why would you even consider not following the governor's reopening plan? Everyone is ready for this very slow reopening. How many people have to make our freedom decisions? The governor had a task force. Follow its decision, see how it goes. We can go to Walmart, Costco, BJ's, grocery stores. Come on. Why not the restaurants and beach? Next comment, Michael Meyer. Please consider the restriction of allowing only Martin County residents to play golf in Martin County. My mother is a longtime Martin County resident, and I now live in Palm Beach Gardens, so we are currently unable to play golf together. This is a healthy outdoor activity for her that we can enjoy together. This has been taken away from us because of this ridiculous discriminating decision. The golf courses could use additional revenue, and the decision is restricting their livelihood. They are under all the CDC safety procedures, so why not make them adhere to additional burden by restricting customer base? Please reconsider this unnecessary restriction immediately. Next comment, Bruce Edwards. Can we please have Martin County boat ramps be open on the weekends for Martin County disabled residents? During the week, with all of the out-of-work residents and Palm Beach County residents flooding our boat ramps, kayakers parking in non-parking areas at Jimmy Graham Park, because after 2 requests, the County Parks Department to either paint no parking lines or put up no parking signs directly in front of the boat ramps where boaters pull in the back in their trailers in the water. I am disabled, and my wife and I have 4 kayaks and an inflatable with outboard. We just want equal access to the water without having to walk beyond my capacity, just to park because of the larger crowds due to virus shutdown. Opening Jimmy Graham and Sam Sprit parks to disabled Martin County residents would be a wonderful touch the board could do, and if nothing else, put up the no parking signs at Jimmy Graham Park directly in front of the boat ramps. Next comment, Lisa Oster. Please provide county residents with data that shows the performance against the gathering criteria outlined by the White House and Governor DeSantis. The chart you post daily does not give us the data, therefore misleading, causing fear and frustration to the county residents. Please loosen up on these draconian measures. This isn't New York City. Next comment, Margaret Larson. I understand there is a meeting tomorrow morning at the Blake Library, and I want to make a statement regarding the opening of the public spaces here in Hope Sound. I am worried that by opening our beaches to non-county Martin residents, we will get an influx of people from more at-risk counties south of here. As a senior citizen, I worry about the continued rise in confirmed cases in Martin County. Even though it's a small rise, it has not plateaued nor gone down. I would hope that the mandatory face mask requirement would be put in place if you are non-essential businesses as a way to help limit the continued spread of the virus. Thank you for your time. Next comment, Silky DeLisandro. Please do not open the Martin County beaches and parks. Avoid incentivizing people from closed counties of Palm Beach, Dade, Broward to come up to Martin County, bringing the virus with them and putting us in danger. Next comment, John Daniels. I think Martin County should keep sandbars closed and should also consider limiting the amount of people allowed in a boat by the size of the boat like counties to the south. Loading 10 people in a small boat doesn't seem like social distancing. If we don't have these rules in place, people from southern counties will continue to come north and circumvent their own county's rules. Next one, comment is from Nanette King. I have emailed Administrator George Stokes twice now concerning the need to walk in or walk up testing sites for those without transportation. ADA, paratransit, as well as MARTY are only allowed to drop off close to sites, yet these testing sites refuse to test those who are not in a vehicle. We have many people who are potentially positive with COVID-19 and are being refused the right for testing. Many in Martin County falling through the cracks. Not all of Martin County residents can drive, myself included, due to seizures. I am standing up for the elderly, all ages, and myself also, and determined to respectfully resolve the issue and notify the board of this. Residents who have fallen through the cracks, please address the issue. If it is quintessential to offer this testing for these unfortunate residents of Martin County, especially when opening up is happening as I write this, respectfully, Nanette. Next comment, Jordan Schwartz. Please open our beaches. The business on the islands are dying quickly. The only thing that can save them is to reopen our beautiful and spacious beaches. Currently, the beaches are open for people wealthy enough to live there, but not for the working class. The Stewart Causeway Beach is open and packed every day. There is no COVID cluster emerging from there. Time to look at the real data and facts. Less than 1% of Martin County residents have COVID. Our hospitals are not overrun. Spring break is over, and no one is getting on planes to pack our beaches. St. Lucie County is open and not overcrowded. Please believe that we can and will use common sense and social distancing. The activities that are open for the wealthy, golf, tennis, boating, but people who are currently unemployed forced to stay at home. We cannot wait for Palm Beach to open to make a decision. You don't work for Palm Beach, you work for the residents of Martin County. Next comment. I read that well too. Next comment, Melinda Casimir. Please do not open the beaches and parks and do not loosen the restrictions you already have in place. Do not put our lives at risk. The governor doesn't know what he is doing. I hope you all do. Next comment, Clay Hambermeal. Good morning. I wanted to petition you to ease the restrictions regarding golf courses. Currently, the golf courses are set to a strict single person per cart rule. This means I cannot go golfing and take a member of my family along with me. My wife and one of the 3 kids love to ride in the cart while I play around as a means to get some fresh air and sunshine. In following Governor DeSantis' encouragement for family members to golf together, could you please make a statement to encourage immediate family members living in the same household to join each other using the same golf cart as a positive means for recreation? Next public comment is from Jerry Jackson. Open up Martin County. Less than 0.1% of residents in Martin County have contracted coronavirus. Why punish the 99.1% for the 0.9%? It's ridiculous. Have live public graduation ceremonies. Let's celebrate the milestones of our graduates' lives together. Live. Open beaches, open boat ramps, open parks, open golf courses, open restaurants, open all business. We have nothing to fear. The projections are wrong. Let's go back to normal ASAP. Next comment from Michael Paulus. Thank you for your community service. Please consider opening boat ramps on the weekend. I appreciate that you kept them open during the week, but for the people who are fortunate enough to still be employed and working, the weekend is the only time we get to use the boat ramps for fishing. I have always thought we should have county resident stickers for those using our facilities. Please don't punish local residents because folks to the south will come. We will have the right to use our county assets, especially since we taxpayers paid for them. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment from Monique Montez. Please open our beaches and without restrictions. If pool and other beaches are to open, ours should also. Also, if you add restrictions, aren't you just asking people to all there at certain times and be able to come and go and not get crowded all at once? Plus, they are saying that the sun, temperatures, and humidity kill the virus, which means that being outside is a good thing as long as people social distance. We would be safe. Next comment is from Laura Perez. Stop the madness, reopen everything. There is no factual or scientific basis of any of it. Geraldine Johnson. Please think about us small businesses. I own a dance aerial studio. It's a private facility. You should think about reopening private facility fitness centers with no more than 5 to 6 in class. My landlord is not helping me at all, and I did not qualify for the PPP loan. Please think about the business people in the community and have lived here their whole lives. Doesn't make sense that you're allowing 25% capacity in retail stores, but private facilities cannot reopen. If I cannot open, I will lose my new business. I have tried to reach out to Brian Mass to help. Thank you, Geraldine Johnson. Next comment, Debbie Walker. Thank you, Commissioners, for your weekly endeavors to keep Martin County residents safe. Regarding reopening beaches, I suppose we all expect the beaches to be overrun. I wondered if initially we could have some sort of staggering plan. I know that enforcement is difficult. However, our residents seem to be compliant for the most part. I am not urging reopening in a hurry, only trying to do so which seems to be safety as your hallmark. This brings to mind how the gas crisis in the 70s was handled. They used final digit of the license plate, odd and even, to buy gas. Would something like this provide any measure to the slowing the beach crowd? Again, thank you for all your leadership and valuing our safety and health over money. Thank you, Debbie Walker. Next comment, Christian Schomer. He writes, good morning, Commissioners and board members. I am hoping you will consider to open boat ramps. I know the counties south and north of us have already done this. By not opening the ramps, people who fish for fun and provide food for their families on the weekends are not able to do so. At this point, the boat ramps open to south. I hope congestion to our boat ramps will lessen. Please open the boat ramps on the weekend for those who want to fish and get outside and get some vitamin D. Thank you for your time. Next email is from Greg Schutte. I think it's high time we open the beaches. I, for one, am tired of this Gestapo telling me when I can and can't dip my now unmanicured toes into the water. Do the right thing and end this Bolshevism. Next comment is from Linda Kay. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to be heard. Please open the boat ramps this weekend. Palm Beach County has opened theirs, and it's the last week. And at their last week's meeting, the commissioners said they would take their cues from the county to the south. There are many families in the community that use boating as a family activity. I personally have 2 teenagers who spend the week in front of the screens, working hard at distance learning. They are maintaining their straight A's while being socially isolated at home. They haven't seen their friends in over 6 weeks and have no idea when they might get that opportunity again. To have an opportunity to go out on the boat with their mother on the weekend gives them fresh air and sunshine. It gives them something to look forward to do during the week, and while they do their job, continuing to learn and stay isolated from their friends. Please open the boat ramps on the weekend. Thank you. Next comment is from Jim Hurlbert. Commissioners failing us. 1, remember, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Our government officials are abusing their authority. Time will show. Are you wearing masks this time? Keep our beaches closed for fear your subjects will not stay apart, but you violate the social distance freely. How hypocritical. Even Costco is smart enough to require masks for everyone in store. Number 3, I hear another celebrity, TV commenter, or government official say, we are all in this together. The president, who I voted for, our governor, even your commissioners have no concept of what we are feeling. You cannot comprehend the depression, anxiety of not having a job or see your life's work disappear. Number 4, as our representatives, you are responsible for supporting the majority of the population, pushing the governor to open faster and broader, doing anything to move us closer to normal. Restaurants cannot make it at 25%. Open the beaches. Number 5, people are losing hope more each day. Food shortages are beginning. Walmart controls 95% of its business because it's essential, and other businesses were forced to close, but now Walmart is running out. Bank of America, number 6, Bank of America just closed all but one office between Tequesta and Jensen Beach. I am not attending this meeting because I am standing in line at Bank of America because only location to clean out my account while I still can. Next comment. Let's see. And that, Mr. Chair, is all the comments I have.
Sir, that's, yeah.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I have one more, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
We got a couple more here. One. I'm sorry. Wait, let's see.
Yeah.
One, this is from Mary Childress. With the controlled reopening of restaurants, there's a great concern in residents from 3 counties to our south with very high rates of COVID-19 flocking to our county. There needs to be protection of our residents in place. How will that be accomplished? 2, many restaurants have bars. Despite the fact the bars are to remain closed, it is imperative that it is enforced and not fall under the restaurant umbrella reopening. This will ensure the restaurants remain priority. Next one. Next comment is from Arthur Ring. When considering opening our beaches, please remember that there are many commercial fishermen that do not own a boat and rely upon surf fishing for income, in several cases for food. For their families, we have been patient and do not understand your collective reasoning in your decisions to keep our beaches closed. This time has come to reopen. With all due respect to our neighbors to the south, they must deal with their own issues in the best way they can. We need our ocean access back ASAP. We must open all of our beaches to avoid inundation of only a few, guided by common sense with your desire to keep Martin County safe. Next comment. I think that is that. Hold on. Mr. Brian Moriarty. We'll go right to there. And now my public comment. After listening to the governor's announcement Wednesday evening, I'm asking you all to reconsider opening the beaches and playgrounds. Our governor offered a lot of guidance on the subject. He mentioned how he was proud of the mayor of Jacksonville for opening their beaches, and they have not seen any spikes since doing so. Countless beaches are now open across the state, and with our low case count in Martin County, it makes sense at this time to follow suit and open. Beaches are wide open spaces where family can enjoy the water and sun, getting a daily dose of vitamin D, a known fighter of the viruses. I heard 2 criticisms of opening the beaches. Criticism 1, the sheriff can't control all of the beaches, hence why I am suggesting that you open them up without stringent rules so they don't need to be policed so closely. You recommend social distancing, which we are well informed on. I can't say that anytime my family goes to the beach, we certainly stay at least 6 feet away from other people. The idea I might sit down 2 feet away from a stranger, I don't know is not realistic. We always keep to ourselves, and I think most people will as well. Criticism 2, everyone from Palm Beach will come up here. Now that the boat ramps and the golf courses in Palm Beach are open, that will curtail a lot of the traffic down here. Could a few people come up to use our beaches? Yes. Hopefully they are up here. They will also buy gas and eat in our restaurants and boost our economy a little. But honestly, if you told me that I had to drive 45 minutes to an hour for a beach day, my family of 5 would rarely go. It's a lot of work to get ready, and with community pools open, it would be so much easier. I don't think you'll see a big rush that's been suggested. Playgrounds are another wonderful outlet for children to get outside and soak up vitamin D. Please be well aware that of social distancing, and there is a few kids on the slides. They can use swings instead. And if there are too many kids, when we pull up, we can always come back another day, but at least we would have an option. The governor was very clear in his directives. He said his speech Wednesday, I'm sitting here with the leaders of Cleveland Clinic, Orlando Health, Tampa General, and all the doctors agree we have passed the peak. We are ready for the next step, and some local officials want to go against medical judgment. They want to go against what's good for the economy. They want to go against freedom. Here he was letting us know that this time has come and to take a few steps forward like he did when opening restaurants and retail stores. I hope for the sake of our children I hope for our sake and the children's sake, you consider giving them some outlet outside of their homes for a mental reprieve. It would be a huge boost to morale and would take a nice step back on the road to normalcy. Thank you. Next comment, David Berard. My girlfriend's owner has just decided to close her nail salon business after hearing governors say not going to open that, put 2 more out of work that have 2 separate rooms and have bought masks, gloves, and extra sanitizer. And planned on 1 customer at a time. With low cases in Martin County, this is criminal of government to lock down people and companies and put companies out of work. I am a 40 resident of Martin County. Hope you are able to go home and enjoy your government pay and think about what you are doing to our economy. People have to be able to make their own choices, not government. Next comment from David Joy. Please reopen the boat ramps on the weekends. I work as an essential position supporting the VA medical centers and would like to be able to relax, recreate on waters of our community. Unfortunately, I am unable to boat fish on weekdays, but would like to be able to on the weekends. Thank you for your consideration. Next comment, Tony Mincino. The boat ramps need to be reopened for the weekend. It is not fair to the folks who work all week and cannot use their boat on the weekend. Next comment, Kimberly Manzer. Anyone at risk should take their own precautions, open everything without restrictions. Next comment, Lisa Miller. Open the beaches, please. Open them with limited hours and restrictions. 6 to 9 a.m. and 5 to 9 p.m. St. Lucie County has been open for 4 days with no problems. Thank you. Next comment is from Lee. Oh, that's a repeat. Next comment is from John Doe. Commissioners and fellow residents, time we open up not just Martin County but the country. Our politicians in Congress have failed us once again. We cannot continue to live in fear because the government tells us we must. Our founding fathers are most definitely rolling in their graves right now because of the tyrannical acts of governors and politicians across the country. Our Constitution was written on the very premise that we, the people, have the power and those in government execute our will and not theirs. Now it seems that most people in our country has thrown away the beautiful document in hopes of safety. Government rule isn't safety. Look at North Korea, Venezuela, China. We, the people, were on the road to taking back this country before this Chinese virus, and we, the people, mustn't stay quiet during these trying times. We need to start taking back our country again and put people in Congress that will stand for what we believe. We can start by having our voices heard and bring as many people to the small movement as possible. Please join me in the good fight in restoring our country's vision and the great founding fathers had. Next comment. That's it, Mr. Chair.
All right. We are about 8 minutes past our mandatory break for closed captioning, so we will take a break now for 10 or 12 minutes.
I forget to do these copies in my paper.
Okay, welcome back. At this point, we're going to turn it over to Ms. Krista for a presentation on the governor's order.
Thank you, sir. And I'm not going to read each of these slides. This is information that was provided from the governor. He had a press conference, which we watched, and he issued these 2 orders. So his executive order is based upon data. The state is going to be increasing testing. They're going to continue to promote social distancing, monitor hospital capacity and resources, and they're also going to continue to prevent influx into the state. So the executive order limited the extension of essential services and activities and vacation rentals. So I think it's important for the general public to understand that the governor put out these restrictions. The county can be more restrictive if they so chose, but these are the restrictions that the governor has put in place effective as of Monday. So he's got this phased approach. It does exclude Miami, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. So that means that our region to the south of us have our guidelines, or these restrictions are not in place for them. You also have to continue to recognize the Center for Disease Control, social distancing guidelines, as well as our OSHA safety controls. So he encourages senior citizens to stay at home if they can, no congregating of 10 or more, keep social distancing, avoid non-essential travel. Anyone who comes from international travel or travel to an area that has COVID-19 presence, they're to adhere to the isolation guidelines. He also has extended airport screening. Businesses are restricted. So the businesses that were deemed to be non-essential, and he had requested that they close, he decided that he would go through this and give them some restrictions. So he still has bars, pubs, and nightclubs that derive 50% of their gross revenues from alcohol, that they would suspend the sale of alcohol on the premises. They can only have on-premises consumption. So restaurants and food establishments, you're allowed to have food consumption, but you're limited to indoor occupancy to no more than 25% of your building occupancy. We have set up a hotline, if you will, on our website so that businesses can find out based on what our fire inspector has for your occupancy if you do not know what that is. You can have outdoor seating is limited to the social distancing, which is 6 foot between parties, and you're limited to no more than 10 or less per table. And the bar counters are closed to seating. Gyms, fitness centers, and personal services such as hair salons and barbershops remain closed. Visits to senior living facilities is prohibited. There's a prohibition on vacation rentals that continues to remain in effect. Other affected business services, if you have in-store retail sales, you may open your storefront, but you can have no more than the 25% of your building occupancy allowed. You must follow, again, the CDC and OSHA guidelines. Museums and libraries may open with a 25% of building occupancy, but public museums and libraries can be regulated by their local government, and interactive functions where high-touch areas remain closed. They're going to start allowing elective procedures. You heard Mr. Lord refer to that this morning. It goes on to identify the hospitals and dental offices, orthopedics, etc., but they have to be able to have adequate personal protective equipment to respond to their treatment needs. So we also have Executive Order 20-69, which was the one that addressed local government public meetings. It has been extended, and this just provides a provision for the board to have a quorum without being physically present. The enforcement of the governor's executive order, it is a violation, is a second-degree misdemeanor, and it's imprisonment not to exceed 60 days and a fine for $500. So this is just letting you know what Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach has done, and I provided you all with these. Pretty much they've all done the same thing relative to allowing boating and marine activities. They did get into restrictions on things like piers and fish cleaning stations, their restrooms, etc., but they do allow for boating, but no, I think the main thing on here is no flotillas or rafting of boats. You can't beach, land, anchor, or moor at a sandbar, an island, or an open shoreline. And we do have a representative with us today, Mr. Tom Reinhardt from FWC, if we will have any questions. Their golf courses have been open now to the south of us with restrictions. They are allowing walking or single rider golf. They require the verification of shared residency or families. They require that to be the responsibility of the golf facility. And then you can see there's other things that you can't have, no caddies, no leagues, etc. And they have a golf responsibility flyer that they're handing out. Their public parks, they're again requiring the CDC guidelines. Their restrooms are going to be available. Their paths and trails, they want them to be one-way directional. Their playgrounds remain closed and their exercise areas. Their pavilions and water fountains are closed, and their court play has restrictions, and their dog parks are closed. So to our north, St. Lucie County did open their beaches on Tuesday with these restrictions. I checked with Mr. Tipton to see how that was going. He said it was manageable, but they did have some situations that required some additional enforcement. So these are the activities that they have, primarily no sunbathing or coolers or blankets, that kind of thing. You can be on the beach, but you have to be moving. Indian River, the same thing. And I spoke with Mr. Brown to see how that was going, and he had the same thing and they are using their lifeguards to be beach ambassadors to remind folks of the requirements, but they're not, they're enforcing it to the best of their ability. And so now, this is a chart. These charts, thank you, Michelle Jones, for helping us create these charts. These are the same data charts that were shown in Palm Beach County when they decided to have their health director talk about the trends. And so when you look at the cases that we have here in Martin County, and you look at, we did have a spike. We have seen a little bit of a spike, but that's primarily due to the fact that we have increased our testing on some spots that we are calling hot spots, if you will. There are areas there's a high concentration of individuals that live together, and so the infection rate is a little bit higher than you would normally experience. So I think another important part of this is the new hospitalizations by day. You heard Mr. Lord talk about the hospital and the capacity of the hospital. The governor reflected on that as well. You look at our cumulative cases and the cases by day in that upper left-hand area there, and you see how, cumulatively, yes, we are going up because you continue to add your cases, but the day-by-day activity has gone down. Our spike, as you can see, was in the middle of these graphs. And then the two bottom charts are the charts that the health department provides for us, and those are relative to emergency room visits where people either have COVID-like symptoms or are experiencing something that could possibly be attributed to the COVID. So staff, we're looking at our public and private golf courses. Not only did we limit single cart use, but we also restricted for memberships and that they couldn't have any new members after April 1st. So that has put a restriction on the golf courses. Our boat ramps continue to be closed on the weekends except for commercial activity, and they're open during the week for recreational activity. Your public parks we've closed the restrooms. We don't allow organized sports. We have single or limited play on your courts. We've closed our playgrounds. We've closed our pavilions. And then our public beaches all are closed. So we're just really here to seek additional direction from the board, how they would like to proceed, given the fact that you know what the governor has done and what our folks to the north and south are doing. That's it.
Okay, with that, anybody have any idea how we're going to tackle this one issue at a time, or shotgun approach, or...
Aren't you glad you're the chair?
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't mind beginning the process, if you don't mind. Ms. Krista, thank you. Mr. Stokas, thank you for reading all of those emails for people that wanted to participate but didn't want to be here in person or couldn't be here in person. Like I'm sure my colleagues, we've had the last several days to not only take feedback from constituents, but to sort of do our research, do our homework, hear what's happening at the federal level, at the state level. And I think we've been given some direction, what I would call outside direction from some of our sources that we did not have the advantage of at our last meeting. So I think waiting till today was a smart idea. Since the last time we've met, we have all had the opportunity to read the 19-page order that came down or up from Palm Beach County on where they were also starting to begin the relaxing of some of their issues that they've had very regulated. And then we also had the opportunity, I'm sure many of us did at least, to watch the governor's press conference where he also began to discuss some of those things. So some of the questions that I would have had or concerns I would have had have been addressed by those two events. So with that in mind, if my colleagues don't mind, we can use Ms. Krista's slide right here and address the issues as they go. Some I have recommendations that I'd like to make, and others I'd be interested to hear from my colleagues. But before I do that, I just want to take a moment because I assume my fellow commissioners hear the same thing. But every once in a while, I try to remind our citizens about the Sunshine Law. And when I did it last time, a week or so ago, I got a lot of feedback from people that said they had no idea that we were under those restrictions. In Florida, elected officials or members that serve as on appointed boards, but for today we're just talking about us, we are not allowed to meet or discuss any of the things that we would potentially vote on outside of a public meeting. So if it seems like the commissioners are hearing each other's opinions and direction to staff for the first time, we are. We are also not allowed to use intermediaries or telegraphing, which would mean I can't speak to a staff member and say, well, this is what I'm expecting to do, and can you go around and take the temperature of my colleagues to find out if they would be willing to do the same thing. That's not the case in Tallahassee, and that's not the case in Washington, D.C., but at the local level, that is the case. Okay, so some of the things that we're going to be discussing today, we have not been allowed to have any idea of what the others would have been doing. So with that in mind, mine are recommendations, but a couple of them I'd be interested to hear what feedback my commission colleagues have received from the public. I want to start out by saying I think reasonable people can disagree on this. This is one of those things where either side of the story has a lot of merit. The concept of continuing to shelter and to quarantine and to self-isolate and all the other words that we've been hearing, I think there are some reasonable expectations that would be a benefit. But on the other hand, we also have to take into consideration all of the things we're hearing from citizens that are struggling socially, mentally, financially. So my approach, and I think most people's approach, would be sort of a reasonable step in the right direction. I think that the county has handled ourselves, our staff, and the commissioners have done a good job of addressing these things as they've come up. I have received a lot of feedback from people that said, and we heard some of it in the public comment this morning, you know, you work for us, you do not work for the citizens of Palm Beach County or counties to the south of us. But when you do your research and you look at where the actual cases are, where the actual fatalities are, which is the ultimate barometer on what this is really, what cost this has had on our community, the three counties to the south of us, Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade, represent approximately 6 million citizens. If they were a state, they would be the 19th largest state in America, those three counties. So they do have quite an impact on us. Palm Beach County, our immediate southern next-door neighbor, is approximately 1.5 million residents. We are 160,000. So if the situation was reversed and we had all the cases and Palm Beach County didn't, it would be much easier for them to absorb our recreational residents than we could absorb theirs. So I don't apologize for some of the decisions that we've made in the past to ward off this huge influx that had come from down south. And that's not imagined, because we kept our beaches and boat ramps open longer than they did, and we were overwhelmed. We literally were overwhelmed. Even the people that want the beaches to be opened and understand, that live near the boat ramps, understood that they agreed we were overwhelmed. And it's not fair to our system. But now, with the changes in Palm Beach County, I think that affords us an opportunity to reasonably make some changes. And then, Mr. Chair, if you're okay, I'd like to make some suggestions. And I'll go from, on the public and private golf courses, I was a big proponent of a Martin County residents only, simply because it was one of the areas where we could enforce that. The other important thing to remember is that, and I hear lots of people in the comments today, and look, it's not uncommon that people wouldn't know every nuance of how these situations work. Boat ramps and beaches are funded in large part by grants we received at the state and federal level. We do not have the ability legally to restrict boat ramps or beaches to exclusively Martin County residents only. We're not allowed. So although that sounds like an excellent suggestion, it's not an option that's on the table. But at public golf courses, beyond our own Martin County golf course, we were able to make that restriction, and we did. But now that Palm Beach County and Southern County golf courses have gone back to opening all of their golf courses, I think it's reasonable to make the recommendation that we go back to how the golf courses were operating prior to this. I don't think, with all of those courses now opened south of us, I don't think we will see that influx. And I do agree that not only the comment from the Indian Wood Country Club, but there have been other country clubs that are definitely struggling. They followed the rules and the mandates that we put into place, but now that that's not hanging over our heads, I believe that we should allow the golf courses to have play based on the rules that they would have had prior to this COVID-19 issue coming up. I will have a caveat to that, which was the single rider per golf cart was put into place. We understand that a husband and wife that sleeps next to each other in the same bed, why would we then not allow them to ride in a golf cart together? The reason we didn't allow that is that it was very difficult to enforce that. What about non-traditional couples? How do you show the documentation on who's in? It was just really difficult to enforce. The rule now that you're hearing from other counties is allowing 2 folks in a golf cart, and how it would be enforced, and it would still be the responsibility of the operators at the individual courses, is to check those IDs. You're in the same household, a husband and wife or whatever the couple might be. If they're sharing an address in the same household, that is easy enough to verify. And then we should allow that as an option for folks that are playing golf. If you drove in the same car together and you live in the same household, I think it's reasonable to allow them to ride in the golf cart together. That cart should somehow have an indication on it that that couple has been checked, so that people don't have to get into, hey, you 2 are in a cart. We don't need citizens acting as enforcement agents. So that would be my 2 recommendations for golf. And if you want, sir, I think it's appropriate we take them maybe as we go.
So in summary, opening up play to out of county, and then cohabitation, folks that cohabitate can be in the same golf cart.
Correct.
Okay. So I summarized that in that's 10 seconds.
Yeah. Well, because I laid it out there.
Okay. Anyway, yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, just for clarification, the current restrictions on golf courses also include following CDC, the general CDC.
I appreciate that clarification.
Guidelines.
All of the other rules of the USGA, the PGA, and the CDC, all of those other rules, social distancing, cleansing, cleaning, are all still in place.
Okay, thank you.
It'd be great if that was a motion.
I'd make that as a motion.
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, with that, motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. Mary Kay, are you okay with that? Yes. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the lead on this.
My pleasure. I guess. Public boat ramps, I think, again, we were working a strategy where we had left our boat ramps open originally, because I agree that boating is a good social distancing activity. The reason we limited the boat ramps to Martin County residents Monday through Friday, everyone Monday through Friday, and only licensed commercial fishermen for the weekend, is to not steal another category's livelihood. That's why we left open the commercial. But remember, it wasn't so much the activity at the boat ramp, is that it was the parking issues that people coming from out of county were creating. All of our parks and boat ramps areas have a very defined amount of boat trailer parking spaces. And when those parking spaces were used up, specifically, and I'm not disparaging residents from other counties, but it's a little different when you're visiting in another county. You'll put your truck and boat trailer wherever it fit. So first we used up the official spots, then they got creative, and then when the park facility itself was full, they started parking on residential streets. And they would block either the road on smaller, narrower residential streets, or they would begin to put their passenger side truck tires on people's lawns. And it was very difficult, and we've had this conversation before. The only thing that they would be responsible for would be a parking ticket, which the dollar amount was regulated by the county or the state or ordinance or something like that. So for $30, you could park wherever you wanted, and you'd count it probably as a parking fee for the day. It's difficult to tow those vehicles because a pickup truck with a large boat trailer is difficult to tow. But now again, our communities to the south have opened their boat ramps. I think that 100% eliminates the reason for anyone from out of county to come up here. So I would open the boat ramps back to the rules that we had in place prior to COVID-19 taking effect. To clarify, I don't know. I think we should still keep in place as much as possible the restrictions that are in place with mooring boats together or people accessing the sandbars or the spoil islands. I think that the reason for doing that still is it created a very difficult situation for enforcement. And so yes, you are allowed out on the water, you can boat and fish and be out there 7 days a week with your family, but some of the regulations and some of the enforcement issues still have to stay in place. Thank you.
So to summarize, we're going to open the boat ramps. Commissioner Smith.
It's easy for you to say that after I lay out the rationale, but without the rationale, our public at home, and
I get it.
I get this ribbing.
I just took a cheap shot.
That's fine. That's fine. I just want to be clear so people don't think you're a genius and I'm some kind of a fool, is the fact that people are interested in these issues, and the ones that are frightened that we're making these decisions, I want them to understand what our rationale is.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
It's Commissioner
Knowledge
Smith's
is power.
turn now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it would be helpful, Taryn, one more time, just to go through what the restrictions of sandbars and access mean from the governor's perspective, so that...
Maybe this is a good time to ask Tom Reinhold to come up and actually...
From the FWC.
Yeah, and give everybody an actual...
I just think it'd be helpful to outline...
I agree. I
If you're going to... If we are going to do this...
Right.
So that everybody understands, at least in one little moment in time, what that looks like. I think that might be
Absolutely.
helpful.
And the sandbars, as you remember, were closed by FWC and DEP.
Correct. Yes, and thank you for taking time out to come help us.
No, my pleasure. Yeah. So early in this situation that we're under right now, the FWC issued an executive order limiting vessels to staying 50 feet apart from each other and limiting vessel capacity to no more than 10. That's the blanket executive order that covers the entire state in the waterways. FWC has jurisdiction over all state waterways in section 327.6 or something. I don't know if I have my number right, but so that was the initial step that FWC took to help people socially distance. And so that essentially prohibits rafting together or beaching very closely on sandbars. I've spoken with the sheriff, and that is an enforcement nightmare at some point. You can break it up and then you come back and they're all back together. But that exists, so Martin County doesn't need to do anything to address those items specifically. But if you want it to be more restrictive in terms of vessel occupancy or whatnot, then you would need some assistance from FWC, and we've done that in the form of a permit to Palm Beach County, Broward, and Miami-Dade to allow them to restrict vessel occupancy based on vessel size. And that's not a permit that we had ready. Our lawyers worked on that with the county lawyers. That's kind of a unique situation. We've never seen anything like this. But we do feel it's in the public health and interest to allow counties to be more restrictive than the very broad restrictions that FWC has set forward. With regards to sandbars and things, in Martin County, a lot of the sandbars are covered by the DEP Aquatic Preserve, which closed sandbars, but it may not encompass all of them if they're not located within the actual boundaries of the Aquatic Preserve. And toward that end, all 3 counties to the south all asked about prohibiting beaching on sandbars and things. And that's been included in the permit, the ability to regulate the location of your vessel. And those are 2 examples that FWC could help the county with. At the county's request, a similar permit that would just allow you to enact those, put those in your county ordinance, and so they would be enforceable. Again, understanding the sheriff's apprehension on how that would work. And FWC officers are out there, and we've been taking a very educational approach with regards to the 50-foot rule. And I know the sheriff has done the same thing, but actually citing someone for that is certainly up to the sheriff and up to FWC officers. And again, we've tried to largely take an educational approach. We find most people are compliant with a little nudging. So, and if you have any questions, I'm here as a resource for you to help answer any of those questions.
More of a comment, Tom, I think, than anything else. I think if we're going to move in this direction and open up the boat ramps, clearly the reason we moved in that direction in the first place was the sandbar issue that we had the following weekend, that things were really going bad. I think with Palm Beach County opening up now and changing a little bit, I think what would be helpful for us to see is how that actually affects us. Or, is because of the extra restrictions that the southern counties have placed on their non-rafting, their non-pulling up on the beach sort of activity, is that going to drive still more people up north if we were to open up our boat ramps completely to say, well, if Palm Beach County is not going to let me go to the sandbar, I'll go to Martin County's sandbar, and then how do we really manage all that if we can't?
And if I may, the executive order that FWC issued, which prohibits boats from being within 50 feet of each other unless they are actively underway or in a mooring field or in a marina with slips that are close to that. It was crafted in a way to specifically address beaching very closely together or literally tying to each other, which is common in Miami-Dade County, large flotillas, if you will, of recreational boats. So that is already covered, and you don't need anything extra. What the counties to the south also wanted to do was regulate the occupancy of each individual size classes of boats. If that's not something the county feels they need, you already have an FWC executive order that we are enforcing, again, largely from an educational standpoint. If boats need to stay 50 feet apart.
I guess my thought would be, Mr. Chair, that if this is the direction we're going in, I would rather see us try a weekend to see how it goes, and really rely on the sheriff to guide us to say it was controllable, it was not controllable, or whatever, And then if we have to move in a more restrictive manner that Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade did, then we move in that direction versus going to the more restrictive route right off the bat and then having to deal with whatever.
Absolutely, and we're here to help in those regards. So, again, you already have the ability, and it's already a state rule that boats need to stay 50 feet apart. So that hopefully addresses the sandbar issue. Those counties just wanted to be a little more.
It doesn't the social distancing of 6 foot, it doesn't matter whether you're on a boat or not, right? So, you know, if you're on a 15-foot boat and you've got 10 people, you're obviously closer than 6 feet. So it seems redundant, but anyway. So I agree that let's see what happens opening the ramps, and then we're having a meeting next week, so we'll discuss it again. Yes,
I just
ma'am.
had a quick question. You mentioned that FWC was providing some enforcement. So will we have that on the weekends? Do you have some particular people stationed our region from FWC?
FWC is on the water 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And in most places, we are the major law enforcement component on the water.
We have always, at the sandbar, had a great relationship with FWC and the sheriff, always both.
Yeah,
been
no,
out there for
I echo
years.
that. Very good relationship with Martin County and FWC officers.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The FWC order about anchoring on the sandbar, organizing in a flotilla, that expires when?
Well, it doesn't specifically address anchoring or flotillas. It says that boats, unless they are underway in the channel, need to stay 50 feet apart, and that was just as broad as we could make it. And
Okay.
we thought that was appropriate.
Okay, and that expires when?
That expires, I think it's tied to the governor's emergency orders, and as those get extended, ours are automatically extended.
Does that mean it's extended until May 4th?
As of now, I think so, yes.
So this expires in 3 days?
Not necessarily, but I don't have the answer to that question.
I think that we need to make sure that that this remains in effect until we have our next meeting. If regardless of whether FWC's prohibitions expire on Monday, I think that Martin County needs to keep ours in effect until at least next Friday so that we can evaluate how we're doing. As commissioners have pointed out, Palm Beach County is really close and really close by. So if they don't have a prohibition, or they have a prohibition and we don't, I don't want to have to see our resources overwhelmed. And also, I think that the no gatherings of 10 or more is, I think, extremely confusing. Because as Commissioner Jenkins said, you got a 20-foot boat and you can put 10 people in it? Which regulates?
Well, some boats have in fact, all boats have a maximum occupancy. So a 15-foot boat, I don't know of any 15-foot boats that allow 10 people based on the hull plate identification. And
How about a 21-foot boat?
I can't answer that question. It depends on the boat and design. But I agree with you. Yeah.
Then what are the you said that the 3 counties to the south of us do have additional regulations about
They do.
occupancy relating to the size of the vessel.
They do. Yeah.
What are they?
To my recollection, I think Taryn actually has that, so I'll defer to her because it's printed in front of her.
Yeah, it's just any boat that's 25 feet or less has 4 adult passengers maximum plus children 17 under, so it's a maximum of 6 people on the boat. The boats that are between 26 and 36 feet, they can have 6 adult passengers maximum plus children, and 17 and under, maximum of 8. Boats that are 37 to 60 feet can have 8 adult passengers plus children, 17 and under, with a maximum of 10 on the boat. And boats over 60 feet, there's only 10 passenger maximum, not including the crew members.
It seems inadequate, but it's something. It's better than nothing. So my preference would be that we extend our that we mimic those standards, and also that we extend those prohibitions, the FWC ones, until at least next Friday. And I also think that I'm perfectly okay with opening up the boat ramps to everybody 7 days a week.
Ms. Wood, do we have the authority to do that? Didn't you say you have the jurisdiction to control this, that we can apply for a
Permit.
Right, if the county would like a permit similar to what's been issued to the 3 counties to the south, you just, I'll put your legal in touch with our legal, and by and large, there would have to be a county order for with the language that you want, and then we would be able to make a similar permit available to Martin County. They're all very similar. All the language was. It's not exact, but it's very similar, and the way we wrote the permit was broad enough that even if there are slight differences in the language, that it would be able to.
Ms. Woods?
I just wanted to clarify, my staff just looked at the FWC order, and it's in effect as long as the governor's declaration of emergency is in effect. That's the Executive Order 2051, and that goes. I'm trying to look. So as long as the governor, and I cannot imagine, I'm not sure what the expiration date, I'm not sure that there is one. That initial executive order, that's the first one that he entered, and so all the rest of the orders are predicated on that, so I don't think that FWC's order would expire May 8th.
No,
or May 4th.
and what's expiring on the 4th is going to be followed by another one, as I understand it.
Yes.
But our order is predicated on that first one, and that I don't believe that is expiring on May 4th.
No, it is not. We predicate our local state of emergency orders on that one. It's kind of the benchmark.
Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, my thought about this idea of the capacity of each boat, and I think with the concerns already of the sheriff to have enough infrastructure to manage what we're asking him to do already, I think becomes incredibly cumbersome. If we're going to, I would much rather say, look, you're going to limit 6 people to a boat, period, than having 4 categories of size, length, and numbers to where somebody's got to go out there and somehow document and figure out how many people are on a boat. If you've ever been to the sandbar before, there are more people in the water than there are necessarily in the boat, and I don't, other than people coming and going, which is a little bit more problematic even, I don't even know how you monitor that issue. I don't know what the sheriff's thoughts are on that, but my guess is that I would rather see how we do it first by opening things up and see if the impact of Palm Beach County and Broward being open lessens what we were experiencing 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, and then readdress it later on if we feel we have the need to readdress it.
And Commissioner Smith, if I may, I might just suggest that if you take a stance on 6 people per boat, let's say, that you also include a statement to, but not to exceed the official occupancy, whatever that boat is rated for, just as, because
yeah, but again, even that
can't exceed that.
You can't see the plate. The deputies can't go by and have a registration hull number like to be.
Understood.
Yeah,
I thought was if a boat is only rated for 4 people,
yeah,
it's going the other way, not
right.
Yeah.
Ms. Woods?
I just wanted to clarify, it's actually Executive Order 2052, and again, that expires May 8th. So, but I'm fairly certain as we can be in these uncertain times, that would be extended, because again, a lot of the other governor's orders are predicated on that.
Clearly, Sarah, he hasn't, I said clearly from his press conference yesterday, or whenever that was, he's only in his partial phase 1 where
Correct.
He envisions seeing multiple phases. So I don't know how in 4 days that's going to right itself, or 8 days that's going to right itself to where everything's
Correct.
all open.
Completely agree.
Okay. Did you make a motion?
I have a question.
Harold?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would just caution on those limits. I think certainly it seems good to limit numbers of people on boats, but to have a ordinance restricting that becomes so confusing for residents. You know, it was confusing to me when you just said 4 passengers, but children under, you know, so there's a lot of interpretation issues for that. So I would err on the side of, 10 or less, or the capacity of the boat.
I agree.
Commissioner Smith.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we
I have a
authorize.
motion.
Well, you didn't make it, though.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I did, but go ahead.
Go.
I would move that we authorize staff to reopen the boat ramps and to follow, under that guidance, follow the existing FWC executive order, and that we will revisit it if needed be in the future.
Second.
That's reasonable.
Couple of clarifications, if you don't mind, motion maker. I think that since we waited to meet till Friday, I think that that should be effective today.
That would
So
certainly
that we
be my
don't-
intent, but I didn't state that, so yes.
And I'm just not clear on the FWC order, I understand, but to Commissioner Hetherington's point, Commissioner Smith, you started to speak that it should be a 6-person maximum.
No. That
You
was
lost
just, that was a
Okay, I just want to be clear.
conversation. That was not a directive.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Hetherington. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks very much, Tom, for coming.
Yep. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just had for a point of clarification, for the first vote on golf courses, I
Effective.
didn't hear an effective date
I'd
for
like
that.
to, as the motion maker, I meant effective today.
Okay.
Except that Palm Beach counties don't go into effect until the 4th?
No, they went
They're
into
already
effect
Okay, sorry.
12:01
Okay.
on Wednesday morning.
That's right. Good, thanks.
Ms. Krista, can you go back to the slide that showed
Yes,
the
sir.
public parks? The comment that I had received from many residents was the lack of bathroom facilities.
No.
Could you believe it?
Really?
I was on the fence on the bathroom facilities.
I was not.
I would like to make a motion. The chair is looking for concise motions. I would like to make a motion that we reopen the county's park bathrooms.
Second.
And that they are cleaned, the busiest bathrooms that I'm sure Parks and Rec Department understands which ones those are, that they are cleaned twice a day
Twice a day?
on the busiest ones.
Yes, okay.
That's the only thing that's going to be in this motion?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Smith to open public restrooms. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Wow, we are
How about it?
consent grouped.
As soon as they can get to me.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Are you going to stay in parks or are you going to go someplace else? Ed?
No, I was going to work down this, but I think I was going to work down her list just to keep it concise.
There was a question from Buttonwood this morning relative to tennis courts.
Where I'm heading towards singles and limited play on courts.
Okay, so you're still in parks?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the no organized sports rule should probably continue to stay in place before you have leagues and groups playing contact sports.
I agree.
Singles and limited tennis. I know Commissioner Smith had concern when we went to the singles option. My rationale for going to the singles option was to take a step from nothing. The next logical, reasonable step was to go to singles. I did see not a tremendous amount, but a few emails that came through that said people would like to play doubles. I thought the most reasonable request came from the gentleman that was, I guess, the owner or the pro at Buttonwood about the age demographics of people that can and cannot play singles and doubles tennis. I'm open to having a conversation on what we think that would look like and what the criteria would be.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So here's how I see that conflict. We are allowing other gatherings of groups 10 and under for other activities because that's what the state or the governor's directive says. And we're now even opening up restaurants partially, and I think that it's no more than 6 at a table or 10 at a table, but
6 feet apart, no
but
more
6
than
feet
10.
apart. So it would be okay to sit for an hour and a half and have dinner at a restaurant inches apart from people, but it's not okay to have 4 people playing on a tennis court. And even if those 4 people were to leave the tennis court and go talk to the other 4 people on the court next to them, that's 8 people, and they're still much further apart in generally speaking than most. So I would suggest that we reopen both our pickleball and our tennis courts back to double, singles.
What about, there's more than that. You got racquetball and...
Racquetball, I'm sorry.
I don't know how many racket sports we talked about, but...
Racket sports.
Court sports.
Court sports.
How's that sound? But not to,
Not
to
court
include
sports,
basketball.
racket sports.
Racket sports.
Right.
Because
Racket.
basketball is a court sport.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I would move that we allow or reopen our limitations on our racket sports to normal play.
Commissioner Heatherington.
I agree. I think that we just have to do some education that we can't congregate while 4 people are playing and have 12 to 20 people outside of the courts waiting.
My experience, I mean, other than pickleball, because George is the pickleball expert.
The big deal.
In tennis, that doesn't typically happen. Tennis is 4 people show up or 8 people show up. They play their rounds, and yes, they may hang around for a half hour afterwards, but it's not 20 or 30 necessarily that are showing up at one time and hanging out.
They still have to social distance.
Right.
Yeah, okay, was that a
Wait.
second? Oh, Commissioner, you want to say something? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I was just going to say the social distancing still applies, and also be mindful that the court space per player is 700 square feet.
Yeah,
It's a lot. You should be able to easily maintain your social distance.
I would hope so. Okay, we have a motion. Oh, do we have a second? Okay, we have a, Mary Kay, you got the motion? We got a motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Heatherington. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Playgrounds, I'm interested to hear the feedback from my commissioner.
I can't see that being safe at any level, unless you have a county employee out there wiping it every 35 seconds.
The public feedback that I've gotten tells me that the parents appreciate the fact that the playgrounds are closed. So I think that they need to remain closed also.
Okay. Pavilions, I think that there's no reason to have pavilions open at this time, in my personal opinion.
Right. Commissioner Smith.
Again, my argument for that would be you can go have dinner now with 10 people and stay 6 feet apart at a restaurant, but you can't go to one of our parks and use a pavilion, park bench table and have lunch. I don't.
Make a motion.
I would move that we open our I guess, pavilions. And again, as Sarah said, all the CDC conditions still exist, but I don't see why we have to limit that at this point.
Mr. Chairman?
You can't do that. No, sir.
I got lost. Have we talked about playgrounds yet?
Yes, sir.
We did?
We're past that, yeah.
No,
Okay, then point of order.
Okay.
I assume you go by Robert's rules and a point of order is...
No.
Sir, you're...
If you go to close the parks, or excuse me, the playgrounds, then I would like for the record each commissioner to state their vote so that their constituents may see their reaction. I think you owe the public that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So my motion was to Quite honestly, I didn't know that we had closed our pavilions, but my motion would be to reopen our pavilions under the guidelines of all the social distancing rules that exist.
Second.
But I think y'all are cowards. I honestly do. You don't use any common
Goodbye,
sense.
sir. Thank
You have
you.
tens of thousands of children locked
Sir,
up,
please.
some of them being abused, and you're asking children to stay in their bedroom. That's incorrect. It's wrong. You need some common sense.
Step out.
George stood up, so that was a, yeah. Okay, back to,
There's no second, so.
Yeah, I second.
Oh, you did second? I'm sorry.
okay.
My card was up for the playgrounds, unfortunately.
Did you have something more to say? Your card is up.
Let's.
You want to vote on this one, but she wants to go back to playground.
Okay.
Maybe
You want me to get that guy?
No.
Okay, anybody else have?
Yeah, I have a comment about pavilions. Well, a big difference, Commissioner Smith, with restaurants being opened is that they're going to be required to be cleaned after each use. And you can't do that with pavilions. I have mixed feelings about about pavilions. We're not going to be able to clean them.
I do too. In a restaurant, there's, the
gonna be
restaurateurs are
required.
making sure that things are, I don't know. Yes, sir.
I will say that when restaurants were limited to takeout only, prior to us closing our pavilions, they were locations where people could go take some takeout food and go sit and eat. I understand Commissioner Hurd's, and that's what's nice about having this dialogue. I understand Commissioner Hurd's concern, but if I were going to show up at a picnic table with my family to eat, I think it would be my responsibility to cleanse that area, whether I brought sanitizer or a plastic picnic table or I spread out the paper bag that my food came in. I originally was passing it by, but I agree with what Commissioner Smith said. It does give people an opportunity. You're at the tennis courts, you're at the park, you're somewhere to sit down in the shade. I'm in favor of keeping that, to reopen.
We do reserve the right to revisit it next week if it becomes an issue, right?
I mean, some of these situations are personal rights that you are responsible for your own activities. If you sit your kids down at a dirty table, you sat your kids down at a dirty table, that's your choice. Bathrooms are different. There is an expectation that bathrooms, whether there's a COVID outbreak or not, there's an expectation that public bathrooms would be cleaned. The expectation that a wooden park table.
I agree with that guy.
Thank you.
You guys don't give a shit about the citizens.
Please stop.
You guys all sit here and make your little...
Please, absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's time the people get their word. You guys vote and none of us get a vote on nothing.
Just did. And I think if you look at our record so far for the day, we're doing pretty good in terms of giving people back their opportunities to enjoy their community. With that in mind, so do we have a motion by you, Commissioner Smith? Is it seconded?
Yes, it was seconded by Commissioner Hetherington.
No, I just...
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to agree with Ed's comments. I think, having gone to our parks for the first couple of weeks to have lunch, because that's what we ended up doing, some of them weren't clean, regardless of whether there was disease or not. And if you didn't want to sit at a dirty table, you didn't sit there. You cleaned your table when you got there because some of them weren't as clean as you would like them to be. And so I think that's our personal responsibility to do just that if that's what we want to do. And I am more than happy taking cleaner with me if that's what we want to do to go have lunch.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Stacy, put your thing down. You're confusing
No, I
me.
still have
Oh, you still, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Now,
Take it away.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Oh,
Wait,
she's got a
wait,
note.
sorry.
I just want to go back to, before all that happened, playgrounds, because did we actually vote on that?
We did not.
No.
I just want to provide just a little bit of a different perspective of one of the only ones up here that do have children. My children are teenagers, so they don't really go to playgrounds.
I have teenagers as well.
And,
I have adolescent grandchildren,
You have
so-
college age, right? So they, I see that we have virtual learning, kids are locked up all day. We have to have an outlet, I personally wouldn't necessarily, if I had playground-aged children, go and sit my child in a swing at the moment. But I think that we need to consider that we have to have an outlet for some of these recreational activities for young children too. Does that mean there are more passive type things that don't include slides and playground? Do we give that personal responsibility? But again, there's got to be some outlet. We are letting people play pickleball and tennis, and toddlers don't do that. So yes, they can go sit at a pavilion, but I think just be mindful of that young children are going to need an outlet as well, and young families.
There's no safe way to keep playground equipment safe throughout the day. I do not want my grandchildren, my soon-to-be 7 grandchildren, going to it, nor do I want my children having to deal with their children seeing other children.
Which comes to personal responsibility.
There's no way you can keep it clean.
And I would
And then
choose,
becomes
again,
a
I would
liability thing.
choose
Is the
not
county
to
going to
take.
take on liability for potentially affected? No.
Do we have liability for, I don't know that that would be
Well,
the case.
I'm
just saying that we have to be mindful of recreational
I get
activities
it.
for younger
No
children.
doubt. But practicality has to come into play also. Commissioner Campy?
Thank you. I was torn. That's why I wanted to have the conversation on playgrounds, because Commissioner Hetherington's point that we are trying to address the individual recreational needs of our constituents, but we are leaving out a large group. The other thing that sort of tips me a bit is statistically, folks under even 18, and never mind younger than that, have not really fallen into the category of the tested positive. I think that's global, that, and I'm not a medical expert, don't pretend to be one, but I think I can read and study, I think that the percentages there are the least affected of us. The concept goes back almost to pavilions, which is, if as a parent, I don't believe that that structure is clean, then I guess it's my responsibility not to put my children on it. But I don't know where the line is. See, this is what happens here. When my initial comment was that reasonable people can disagree, I see both of these points. But I think, at least from my own perspective, we have allowed certain activities to take place, understanding that people would practice social distancing, would practice the CDC guidelines, would practice common sense, hopefully. And I would be willing to add playgrounds into that responsibility of personal responsibility.
Commissioner Smith?
I'm going to split the baby, I think, a little bit here.
It's hard to hear you.
Huh?
It's hard to hear you.
Good. I think there's a difference. Adults or teenagers, even, I would go as far as teenagers, are capable of making decisions if their parents are telling them what to do and what not to do, and so on. Little kids at playgrounds, I've sat for weeks now at Stewart's Kiwanis Park, and before they closed it. You can't control kids. They're in that fenced-in area, and they're off doing their thing, and they're having a ball. They're climbing, jumping, doing whatever they do. I think until we get to the point where we see our numbers have for 2 weeks gone down, and we are very confident that our numbers are trending downward, I would be cautious still for yet. I mean, we're halfway through a period where our numbers have flattened out and gone downward. I would be very cautious with little kids. That's just my 2 cents.
Yes, ma'am.
Just adding on that, the parents are responsible for controlling little children. So it's more back to the social responsibility.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, I would say,
actual visual, mom sits at the picnic table in Stewart Kiwanis Park, and it's fenced in so the kids can't get in trouble, and they are all over the park. Mom is nowhere near the kid.
but that is the parental decision, because if she didn't want the kids on the playground, she wouldn't be in the park. So I understand. I get it. I do. But, having 3 of my own and remembering when they were younger and thinking about families that are financially struggling, you got to start to run out of options. This is one of those tricky ones. I think, will families, be devastated by not having the playgrounds open? Probably not. But I think we're also trying to send a message of personal responsibility. And this is an activity that I think for families, not everyone plays tennis or has a boat or heading to the beach. The playgrounds are located in communities where families can walk to get to them. So I'm in. I'd make a motion that we open the playgrounds.
Second.
Any more discussion? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Motion is defeated.
Okay. Hey, that's what this whole system is all about.
Okay, moving on.
It's failed 3-2.
Failed 3-2.
I think all of it.
They'll remain closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not on the list, but it sort of falls in about here now. I think all of us received an urgent email from the family that owns our 2 local bowling alleys. And they had spoken that the bowling alley in St. Lucie County has been permanently closed and put up for sale. And they are struggling to make sure that that doesn't happen to them as well. I don't know in the governor's order where, I know that movie theaters, I know that gyms, but where's a bowling alley fall in the governor's orders?
I think we're preempted. I'll be happy to research it.
Well, yeah. What I'd like to do is, that's my point. I'd like to ask staff to research if the governor's order specifically, I looked through all of the information and I couldn't see anything that specifically excluded or included bowling alleys.
I'm assuming if the bowling alleys are currently closed, which I believe they are, because the Safer at Home only allowed for essential activities.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the job, so it still remains closed, and the governor's, that's what closed the bowling alleys initially. So then you go to the new governor's executive order, which does not.
It's silent on bowling alleys. So what I would ask,
I don't
read
think
it.
it's
I didn't see anything about bowling alleys. So if he's lifting the phase 1, step 1 of the Safer at Home, which is going to take effect Monday, all my request would be is staff to research if bowling alleys are classified as gyms,
Or
which,
organized sports.
but I don't know, I'm not talking about a league, I'm talking about a bowling alley. So what I'd like to see happen is that if it does fall as an acceptable activity in the governor's new order effective Monday, it's easy enough. If that's a business, they could do 25%. It's very easy to figure out a 25% capacity in a bowling alley. How many lanes do they have? 25% of those lanes could be, I think if I owned a bowling alley, I'd be happy to have at least that versus just assuming that they would be part of the closure. That's
I'll be
just a request, not a
contact
motion.
the governor's office, yes.
Okay.
I think you're right.
It is noon.
Can I, Mr. Chair, on that
Yes.
point, can I ask
Yes.
a question?
Yes.
Sarah, are we allowed to pass something pending your confirmation, or do we have to wait? I mean, if we were today to pass what Ed was just asking for, and it wasn't preempted by the governor, we could do it today. If it was preempted by the governor, then it wouldn't be able to go into effect.
I think we need to clarify. We didn't close bowling alleys, so you wouldn't open bowling alleys. It's the governor's, it's all predicated on if the governor closed the bowling alley, we need to contact him to see if he opened them. You wouldn't, if he didn't do anything, then, I mean, if he didn't close them in the first place.
We didn't.
You didn't, though,
Right,
so you
that's what I'm
wouldn't,
saying.
you wouldn't. I would recommend that we go research it and make sure, because we are preempted if he did close them.
Okay, so it's noon. Do we break for lunch or we
No.
power through?
No, I think my suggestion, Mr. Chair, we're not going to be that much longer, and I think we're not going to come back for the rest of the day. I think we should just push through and get it over with.
I'm with you. Go.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions where people were asking about youth summer camps. If staff could do some research and find out what the status would be for youth summer camps. I'm pretty sure that's not our determination, but our constituents are asking what the story would be. Families and parents either need to cancel youth summer camp reservations or make them. The next question I had that I thought was also very reasonable, and it's a question that staff would please ask the tax collector, is that she has done many of her services electronically, virtually. However, you can't get a permit, a driver's permit, or take a driver's test. I do remember hearing some information in the beginning that there was a private school, driver's education school that she was collaborating with where you could take your driver's test, but I was hoping that our staff could speak to the tax collector and find out if, under the proper set of circumstances with social distancing and the CDC guidelines, young people could go in and at least take their permit tests, because state law requires you to have that driver's permit for 1 year prior to being able to get your license. I know this is a small detail for 99% of our population, but for that 1%, it's a big deal, and their families. So if staff could do that. The other question that I'd like staff to find out about, it was one of the comments this morning as well, is I understand the concept that gyms are on the governor's list of restricted activities. What about a storefront fitness business like a yoga studio or Pilates? For someone that owns a yoga studio or a Pilates studio, that's their livelihood. That's where their employees work. So all I'm asking, I'm not advocating, I'm just asking that we get a clarification on that as well. I'd also wonder, and maybe if my colleagues are in agreement, I don't completely understand the concept that the governor has with personal services, barbershops and hair salons. Nail salons had been practicing face masks and rubber gloves and super high levels of hygiene before it was even cool. They had always done that. A barber or a hairstylist, and I've had several calls from folks that own those businesses, and you know, for as much as a sigh of relief that small business owners have breathed with this first step, what if you own a hair salon or a barbershop? Now we are allowing dentists to have appointments again. You can visit a chiropractor who cannot be more hands-on you in a chiropractic setting. I would just ask maybe if my colleagues would agree that we send our, like we've done many times before, up to the governor, a letter of showing support for those businesses as well. I don't understand how certain businesses are protected to not go out of business, but others are just left to die on the vine. If they practice the proper protocols with masks and face masks and gloves, I think someone could go and safely get a haircut. If you disagree with that, you don't have to go and get a haircut. If you own a hair salon and you're fearful of potentially being contaminated by a customer, don't open your salon. But to create a policy that we're not allowing any business, whether you're Home Depot and the big boxes, they've been protected, but the tiny boxes have not been protected. And I just don't understand and maybe there is a rationale, but we've all received haircuts in a beauty salon or a barber shop, and if that person was wearing gloves and a mask, and I chose to go and get a haircut, which I need, I don't understand the governor's position on that. So I'm just asking if we get a majority, that we could send a letter showing that we would support those. I know he's looking for feedback. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
I agree 100%. I think of some of the restrictions made absolutely no sense, and that was one that I just really struggled with listening to him describe how some things were and some things weren't in that one. I think, Ed, I agree. If you can wear a mask and you wear gloves, I think you ought to be able to do that. I think the notion that the average barber shop or the average hair salon is going to be able to be open, because he said we never closed them, but they can sell their retail products. I don't know what their percentages on our revenue are, but I'm guessing 20% of the revenue may come from products. They're in the business of cutting people's hair and washing, coloring, whatever they do. I think we need to advocate that strongly with our delegation, let them know, and put some pressure on for him to make some sort of a correction in that direction.
I'd make a motion that we send a letter of support for those small businesses that are continuing to be excluded.
Second.
Any other discussion?
I just need some clarification. The motion says the support for reopening all the businesses that have been excluded. Do you really mean all the businesses that have been excluded? Or do you mean
Personal
barbers?
Well, I guess I mean all the businesses that have been excluded, because the list, hear me out, the list is relatively small of the current exclusions. Relatively small, If you owned a gym, we're asking for clarification. I understand some of the rationale, and I believe that all of what we're discussing today, every one of the things that we've opened, I think the underlying responsibility is the CDC guidelines must be followed, social distancing guidelines must be followed. We're not giving up on any of those. But I think for clarification from the governor's point of view on why the businesses that are still excluded are, because if you wanted me, Commissioner Hurd, to specifically outline them, it would be nail salons and beauty parlors and barber shops, but what about a yoga studio, and what about, someone else that runs a storefront physical fit, remember Curves, these little in small places. But on the other hand, someone owns LA Fitness and someone owns Gold's Gym. I'm just wondering what the rationale is. If he's got a legitimate rationale, then so be it. We're not asking that they be opened. We're sending a letter of support for that the smaller ones be open, or at the very least, clarification on why they are closed.
How about those businesses that could follow appropriate CDC guidelines?
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that? Though,
Yeah,
I'd make a motion that we send a letter of support to the governor requesting that businesses that can follow appropriate CDC guidelines and social distancing guidelines be afforded the opportunity to continue to employ their employees and make a livelihood.
I like that.
Second.
Okay. Any more comment? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Mary Kay, did you? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Harold, just for clarity.
Yes.
Because what we do here, what we think we hear we say, and what people hear that we say.
Right.
I would just be really clear what that means is they're not open.
That's true. Yeah.
Just sending a letter of
We are
support.
requesting of the governor for clarity and for rethinking that process to help those people. But
Right.
I've heard more people call about, they said they heard something on TV or on the news or something, and I said, no, that's not what we've done. So just to be very clear what we just did, it's not.
Got it.
Okay, I have another one. I think we've all heard this and seen it. Masks for food service workers that are both selling packaged food or freshly prepared food. I'm not interested in making every citizen wear a mask. If you choose to wear a mask, you can, and in many countries, they've been doing that for years. But I do believe that, and having owned a small business and been a certified food handler, I don't see exactly some of the consistency I think all of us would want to see with people that are preparing or selling food products. I'll give you for instance. I went into a business this Sunday to support them. And when I went in, there were 6 employees. 2 were wearing masks and 4 were not. And one of the folks not wearing a mask was carrying a very large tray of food in both hands with no mask on. Now, I didn't think it was my position as a customer to say, well, you really should have a mask on. But, I mean, you've been in food establishments where people are wearing gloves and practicing standard, very historic food safety protocol. I think this would be appropriate. And I've heard some folks say, well, if it's not mandated, then do you or don't you? I just think that food service folks should be wearing a mask. I'll give you an example. If you've ever been into a large supermarket and you've gone to the deli, they have people that are completely bald, cue ball bald, but they're wearing hair nets because that's what you're supposed to do. So I would assume, and if we all heard from our health experts this morning, to wear a mask so that I don't give you anything that I might have, then if I'm a person that's handling and selling you food, I think that's a reasonable request that food service handlers be wearing masks, just as a suggestion to my colleagues. Very well. I have another one. I believe that we should open. Miss Krista's getting antsy. We only
How
have
long
this
is your
view-
list, just so we can?
I'm almost done.
Slideshow.
Hey, look, you know, I understand that we are.
We went away from that an hour
I
ago.
understand that we're making light of this, but for having been a small business owner and having been a parent of young children, I think we can all get back to the seriousness that some people are hanging on everything that we say here. And that, you know, if you owned a bowling alley, the bowling alley conversation was very important. And most of these are not my own personal ideas. They're feedback that people emailed us. I think I would make a motion that we open just the competitive side of the Sailfish Splash pool.
Can I?
Practicing social distancing, that is a recreational activity that many people participate in. The pool is chemically treated to be clean, and you can obviously maintain social distancing there. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Ed, who's actually out competing?
What?
Who's actually out competing?
Not competing. We call it the competitive pool. It's the exercise.
Laps.
It's the lap pool, so people can
so
get.
not for.
I'm not talking about the recreational side of
No,
Sailfish
no,
Splash. I'm
but
talking
not for-
just the pool. Not for competitions.
Not for competitions.
We call it the competitive pool. Just for swimming.
I was taking it literally.
Yeah, you please don't on that particular situation. That we open the exercise pools at Sailfish Splash Water Park. That's a motion.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Mary Kay, do you have that motion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Thank you very much. Getting down to, I'm halfway there. I'm only kidding. There's that last one on the list, which I think is open for conversation, which is the big one, which is what do we do with our public beaches? And as an elected official, it's my responsibility to represent my constituents, so I will bring up the conversation, I'll bring up the issue for conversation. I've researched what's happened in our communities to the north. St. Lucie County and Indian River County have opened their beaches 7 days a week. They're under the same restriction that we are, that they cannot mandate that it's only their county residents. I did have an opportunity to speak to a couple of my colleagues that are elected officials in those counties, and as we had heard the update, that there were some issues, but because, I mean, look, there's some issues every day, any year. People get a little ahead of themselves. I think that, again, this is a reasonable folks can disagree on this, but even when we listen to Mr. Stokas, there are a lot of passionate opinions on beaches. I think what I would like to see us do on this specific topic is follow a very measured approach, similar to what we did with the boat ramps, where we had them open Monday through Friday. And then for everyone, recreational boating, and then closed on the weekends. I think with as many activities that have been opened in in the counties to our south, their community pools, their golf courses, their boat ramps, jet skis, their parks, they kept their playgrounds closed, they have racket sports. I think we might, at least on a 1 week, I would recommend a single week test. The governor's order doesn't take effect until Monday, I guess Monday at midnight, Sunday night into Monday. I would make a recommendation that we open the beaches Monday through Friday for this week as a test until we get to our next meeting like this. And I have some criteria. I thought some of the criteria that they had in St. Lucie and Indian River County was difficult to enforce and didn't, to me at least, was a little difficult to understand. If you're at the beach with small children and they happen to be playing at the water's edge, I understand that as a parent you'd be standing there sort of keeping an eye on them. But if your children are 15 years old, I don't know if the parent would need to stand at the edge of the water. So what I would like to also recommend is that we do allow folks to sit down, which is, I think, a pretty reasonable request. However, I think that different than what they have north of us is that anyone sitting down, even if you're within the same household, you would be 6 feet apart. It's very easy to understand then if everyone's 6 feet apart. It's hard to understand if a group of people are sitting next to each other. Are you in the same household? I think that people that are so desperate to get onto the beaches and enjoy our beaches would understand that as a reasonable request. I don't know if it will be a success if people don't act reasonably and self-regulate, then this could be a mistake. But with taking into consideration our numbers, the TC Palm put into one of their stories this week a recap of what most of the counties in Florida were doing. And a lot of them had very specific short hours in the morning and in the afternoon. I don't know how at 11 o'clock in the morning the lifeguards or sheriff's deputies would remove everyone from the beach. They're not doing that in St. Lucie and in Indian River. I think that when the beach parking lot is to its legitimate capacity of official parking spaces, it should be closed. Many folks all over the country understand when beach parking lots get to capacity, they don't allow any more people into the beach parking lot. I think that that is something that can be reasonably enforced. If it's not, then we won't do it. I think the sheriff's comment last week about how we can't necessarily pick the guarded beaches versus the unguarded beaches because it sends a weird, unclear message to our residents. Are the beaches open? Yes, but not this one and not that one, and this one is. I think we do a test for a week to see if we can reasonably handle this request. I have two caveats. No umbrellas and tents. If you're that afraid of being out in the sunshine, you don't need to be on the beach, or you can come early in the morning or late in the afternoon. We can't start with umbrellas and tents. Chairs, as I mentioned, you could have chairs. I would also, no coolers, which is a rule that they have in the northern counties. That doesn't mean you can't come with a drink and a sandwich, but when you start coming with a big cooler, you're starting to create gathering. And I know that that's not what people want, that want the full open of everything, no holds barred. We have to be reasonable. I think this is a reasonable approach. The other thing that I read that certain communities were doing to have a better handle on the unguarded beaches, and I know the sheriff has a helicopter, which I believe they probably have up flying most days. If they could run the coast on occasion, and then if they see, distant gatherings along our coastline, they could then radio that information down. I thought that was an interesting enforcement option. And then finally, Mr. Chair, I think that we would have to exclude the Hobe Sound Beach from this opening. It's in the community of Jupiter Island. It's very difficult in and out. It is our most southern beach, which would draw potentially folks from out of county there. And I think, I know that in my conversations with the municipality of Jupiter Island, they were not interested in having that beach open. I think that's
If
still...
you can pause there for just a second,
Yes,
and
sir.
I do, because I completely agree with you. Carlin Park and Coral Cove and Jupiter Inlet Park is in Jupiter. Then we have Blowing Rocks, our public beach, and the North Beach, okay? All of Palm Beach County's parks are closed. Okay, Blowing Rocks is closed. The federal thing is closed. So we have now our little teeny tiny beach that is going to potentially absorb all of that. There is, coronavirus aside, even if we didn't have that right now, that's unattainable. I mean, that is so
I agree.
Thank you for bringing that up, because
Well, Chair, if I may too, we
probably not going to
currently,
be real popular at home.
that
right
will
now.
help us if you have Hope Sound kept closed, because our lifeguards, we're down a couple of guards. We're in the process of trying to get that back up to speed, so that would really help us, because then we can shift those resources.
Okay. Good.
Those are my recommendations. I'm interested to hear from my colleagues.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We're waiting for direct.
I know.
Ed, on a lot of that, I agree. I differ on a few of the points. I too read, I think there were some 20 beaches around the state that were open. I think I read mine in Florida Trend. There was a really good rundown of all of the restrictions, and they were full spectrum. I mean, they were all over the place in terms of what people were doing.
Can I ask a clarification? When you say 20 beaches open, you mean 20 counties worth
20
of beaches
counties.
open? Thank you.
20 or 20, they're plus or minus were 20, somewhere around there. And they all varied significantly in terms of their rules or regulations. I know of one county even that shall remain nameless, and this is something, Sarah, and it was interesting with FWC's comments earlier, where they were allowed to pass a special rule between DEP and FWC on how they regulate the lagoon. I would love to ask the question of the state, and it's too bad that our congressman's not here, that this restriction on whether or not we can limit to residents or not, even though we've taken federal dollars and state dollars to build our beaches and maintain our beaches, is there a way for us to actually limit it to Martin County residents through some special order, through some special act, through some special permit, as a question? Because where I differ with that a little bit is if we are to open the beaches, which I believe we should, the beach that we go to when we go, I would say that 60% of the people that go are families. They bring their tents or they bring their umbrellas and they bring their kids and they prop them up underneath the shade and they're at the beach and they enjoy their day. I think the mixed message it will send, and where I don't agree with the counties that are just saying we only are going to allow walking, or you can't sit still. If we're going to open them, I think we open them and let people go enjoy what they tend to want to go enjoy when they go to the beach. The issue on the South County beaches, if Ed hadn't brought it up, I would have. I think that's a whole different dynamic given what's going on down south. I'm willing to take that risk on the northern beaches, which all fall into my district. And I think working with the sheriff, hopefully, we can make this work. I think if we do it, we let people go enjoy it. On the limitation of how many people at the park, Ed, I agree. I think when the parking is full, the parking is full. And we have these spike times at the beach where things get really over capacity on our beautiful days, and there's going to be a pent-up demand. The moment we do open them, everybody that hasn't been going is going to want to go. Will that trail off? Yes, it will. Memorial Day weekend's coming. From what I've heard from our southern counties, they are not looking at anything on this issue until after Memorial Day, because Memorial Day is a huge spike for them, as it is for us, which is something else we're going to have to deal with when that weekend comes along. How do we manage that, both with now what we've done with the boat ramps, and also if we move on this on the beaches? That is going to ridiculously tax us on how we manage that. But all that being said, Ed, I just, I'm supportive of doing it. I'm supportive of limiting it just to the northern beaches. I would love to say let's just do the guarded, beaches, but the sheriff makes a point that that's too difficult to really manage comprehensively. So I think we try it for a week, and let's see what happens. I mean, the only issue we have relative to relating it to St. Lucie and Indian River, they have not yet gone through a weekend. They opened theirs up, I believe, on Tuesday this past week, or this week. And so we haven't yet seen, or they have not yet seen or experienced what a weekend looks like relative to their impacts from the beaches. But I am a huge supporter of our beaches. This has been one of the harder things for me not to deal with, or that what we have done. And I, for one, not dissimilar to, I think, Stacy on her playground equipment, I believe we should open them back up.
Commissioner Heatherton.
I would agree both with a lot of your former comments. And I took the opportunity yesterday to ride all of I agree with keeping the South Hope Sound Beach closed for all the reasons you mentioned. I took the opportunity to ride up Hutchison Island, all of our public beaches, and many of them, the parking lots are very restricted as it is. So if you think about the parking lot that holds 14 people, and that would naturally social distance the folks when they're out on the beach. The two, which actually are the guarded beaches, Jensen Beach, and if you look at the aerial, that has a good amount of parking. So that one could be problematic, but Stewart Beach has more limited parking than Jensen. I think that if we wanted to be cautious, we could look at Jensen Beach and maybe restrict that north lot if we were concerned about capacity. That would be my only concern is there would be, that one beach would be unmanageable. I am certainly for opening the beaches. I think that we might be able to take incremental steps by limiting that access to that north lot in Jensen Beach to encourage that social distancing. I think when I rode up yesterday, I saw St. Lucie County, when you get to the line, they have those flashing signs that said their beaches were open with restrictions. I think that we could put signs accordingly, no parking in the right-of-way. Folks will be towed if you're parked in the right-of-way, to warn people that they are not to park on the rights-of-way, because the weekend that we closed, folks were parked all up and down the right-of-way, running across the street, and we can't have that. That would have been a safety concern even without a virus. So, again, I think Jensen was the only one that I think, as far as spreading out, might be an issue, but I think that you could control it with parking.
The sheriff's.
I was texting him to see if he wanted to say something. You want to weigh in on this?
You got Commissioner Hurd, too.
No. I tell you what, can you pause there a minute, because the screen is in my way here. I can't see Commissioner Hurd. Commissioner.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. We know what happened when Martin County opened up golf courses, and the golf courses in the counties to the south of us were closed. We were inundated with other county golfers in Martin County, overwhelming our public courses and our private courses. The three counties, there may be 20 counties that have opened up their beaches. The big difference is that those counties are not adjacent to the three most infected counties in Florida. There's 6 million people living to the immediate south of us. They are not flat. Their curve of infection is not flattened at all. It's still increasing. It would be reckless, in my estimation, to open up our beaches right now.
Actually, Commissioner, I just came up to answer any questions that the board might have.
I have an idea. I don't know how practical it is, like most of my ideas. If we do decide to, which it sounds like it is, to open the northern beaches, if by chance happens that Commissioner Hurd just brought up, can we, in that motion, give the sheriff the authority to pull the plug on and close the beaches back. That is my fear too. I mean, we saw what happened at Jensen Beach. It looked like, you know.
I don't know if he wants this.
So I just, go ahead.
Did you want to go first?
No, I only had a comment that Commissioner Smith mentioned earlier regarding residents only, and certainly because we've taken those grants, but I think this is a circumstance, typically we wouldn't regulate private golf courses either, so I would like for staff to get more information on, particularly if the South counties are going to stay closed for an extended period of time, if we could regulate in the future during this for residents only.
Could the governor grant us the authority to, or whoever?
I believe most of the grants that we've taken for beach acquisition is the federal government, and not to get in the weeds here, but there's also an issue where the federal government owns at some point of it, so restricting the access to certain individuals may run afoul of that as well. But I'm happy to look into it. I can't give you a definitive answer, but I'm happy to look.
Call Trump and get his opinion. Go ahead.
And again, there's at least one county I know of that is absolutely limiting their access. Maybe there was no federal acquisition, maybe there were no federal dollars or state dollars in any of their beach improvements. It's very possible. But if you are not a resident, you are not allowed at the beach. And they are turning people away and saying, go away. But it's something to ask. If we can do it, if DEP and FWC were able to create special orders, maybe there's something that we can do. The whole idea of the sheriff, if he wants that right or not, and I don't want to put him in a place to answer yes or no, to say if it doesn't work. I would much rather us, from feedback from the sheriff saying, look, it's out of control, I can't manage it, I would much rather us pull us back together at an emergency meeting and not force him into that decision-making tree if he doesn't want to. I'm more than happy to come in Wednesday or Friday or whatever day we got to come and say, look, we tried it, it didn't work. The sheriff says we can't manage it unless, I need feedback from you on it.
Here's my thought. I think that if you open the beaches as an experiment, then we are adequately equipped to be on the beaches. We're upstaffing. We'll have close to 20 deputies, between 14 and 20. I have plenty of other resources I can bring to bear. If it's the board's desire to open the beaches with some restrictions or without, we are all in to try to make it work. We have been very successful to date with a soft hand approach. As I said earlier, we have not written any promise to appear notices. We have not charged anybody. The people we have encountered throughout the COVID situation have been compliant, and friendly persuasion and education has completely worked. We have several, I'm not sure how many, between 4 and 6, maybe 8 four-wheel ATVs. So we can put our deputies on the beach with ATVs, cover a lot of ground, and try to keep people adhering to the 10-foot or 10 people congregating rule and 6 foot. We don't know until we try. It sounds like that's the direction of the board. I have no policy recommendations for you. You have been in touch with your constituents. I've had almost no feedback from the public. Apparently they don't expect policy to come from the sheriff's office. So you have that policy making ability, and good luck. But here's what I'm saying. You've been getting emails and listening to your constituents for weeks now. And so as you move towards trying to find the right balance for Martin County so that they have the recreation they want and the safety they want, I'm all in with our resources to try to help make it happen. At the end of the reporting period, if it's not working, I'll give you an honest assessment. I'll give you pictures, I'll give you aerial views of what's going on, and then you can decide at that point, can you tolerate the level of compliance we've gotten or not? And I would further suggest and this will make it a little harder for you, if you're going to do an experiment, do it through the weekend, because that's really the big deal. The weekdays are not going to be a problem. Do it through the weekend. This thing may go, if they stay close to the south to Memorial Day, we're going to, at some point, we have to test the waters on the weekend. So I hope that helps in some way.
And I would go one.
I'm sorry. Wait.
It's okay. Please, my colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and my colleague. And Sheriff, I would go one step further. If you do not have, if there is something additional you need funded from us that gives you or us the ability to open our beaches in a way that you feel, like you just said you had 6 or 8 four-wheelers. If you said, Doug, we really need 10, I am willing to say, let's go buy 4 more if that's what we got to go do. If that's going to limit us to, no, seriously. I mean, you know, if there's something that's financially standing in our way that would better and more safely allow our public to use our beaches and give you what you needed to do so, I am all in on doing that, because at the end of the day, I would rather have our people on the beach enjoying themselves. And if someone wants to be, doesn't want to comply and doesn't want to be part of the overall scheme, I'm more than happy to tell you we'll give you the resources to do so. But that's me, and I'd need 2 others to do that too. So,
there's no.
Commissioner Smith, in answer to that, this board has been extremely generous with the Martin County Sheriff's Office. We have adequate personnel and adequate resources, adequate ATVs. Our command, if you go in this direction, we'll put our large command post or the big one and the small one in there. We'll fly the colors of the Martin County Sheriff's Office. We'll have ample resources on the ground to attain voluntary compliance. Now, I made some comment last week that got some notoriety about not having adequate resources. My point there was I cannot superimpose on an unwilling population any regulations, so we will continue to move towards voluntary compliance, towards friendly persuasion. I have every reason to believe that will work. If it doesn't work, then the people that abused it will be responsible and not you, commissioners.
got it. Thank you.
You closed the window on that drone that we were talking about earlier, but perfect opportunity. But anyway, any other?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, please go.
I'm sitting right next to you. Sheriff, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments and that of your department. I didn't make the recommendations that I did lightly. I didn't mean, you know, it's easy for us as policymakers, as you've mentioned, to throw down policies that are not enforceable or regulations to our staff, even Parks and Rec employees or others that are not enforceable or that are just not practical. So I heard you say about the helicopter. Having the helicopter run the coastline to see if there are, you know, not at Jensen Beach and Stewart Beach, but in those in-between beaches that are not manned, is that a reasonable request of us to you, that you could fly the helicopter and look for any kind of large gatherings that are inappropriate?
Yes, Commissioner Campy, we can absolutely use our air assets to determine that, but those ATVs cover an awful lot of ground, and we will be able to determine if people are slipping past the main areas and then congregating in others in violation of the spirit of the stay-at-home order.
Thank you. How about from the vehicular regulations that we're talking about? People overwhelming the parking lots or parking up. I did hear from a friend, a commission colleague in Indian River, that with the boat ramps that were opened, that people were parking all along A1A, creating another problem, a safety hazard. How do you feel about that?
We're going to get with your attorney, Ms. Wood, and find out what exactly our legal options are for people who park on county right-of-way illegally off of A1A. That's the problem. We have operated under a belief that we have to post a warning to those cars before we do any towing, which is completely, that's not going to work. So a couple things. If we had the authority to tow cars and we towed cars, that would solve the problem. I am desperately trying not to be at war with the citizens of Martin County. And to tow a car in the middle of the day and have a family in their bathing suits with no way to get home is a big deal. So we're going to be out there in force with signs trying to keep people from parking. But it's not hard to get overwhelmed out there. It's enough distance that we could see people parking illegally. We're going to do our best to stop it.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern about that scenario that you mentioned about the family that's there with the kids and they're in their bathing suits. However, I think that if the ticket, and we mentioned this at the last meeting, I think you were still here then, that the fee that we can issue, and I don't say these things with glib, I don't mean to punish our residents, but we still need to enforce what is the fair rules of our community. So if it's a $30 ticket and some people decide they're going to jam their car into the bushes because they're trying to come to the beach, whether it's a Martin County resident or an out-of-county resident, that's not us being unreasonable to them. So I agree that we're not looking for you to become some sort of police state, but if we're trying to open up our assets and resources to our residents and whoever else that are law-abiding and following the rules, then I think that it's appropriate that you have that authority, and I'd like to find out from our staff, even if it's not right this moment, on what because it's an important part of this. Because the boat ramp conversation was not so much about the boat ramp itself not being utilized properly, it was all of the other issues. It's not fair to the publics across the street from the Stewart Beach to completely have their parking lot filled up. So if we are going to open up our community assets that belong to all of our residents, then following the fair, reasonable rules, I think, is appropriate. To disadvantage another business so that people can go to the beach is not fair, and I think reasonable people will agree that that's not fair.
Just for information, for the public, they can tow all day. That's private property, and they can tow all day. There's no problem with that. One of the things that I kind of talked about last week, and I'll say it real quickly this week, for us in law enforcement, we are used to intersecting with real criminals. People who leave their house in Palm Beach County, come here, get off the Canaan Highway to break into cars. And when we find them and intersect with them, like we did yesterday, they get it. They're totally okay with the uniformed cop and the gun and get on the ground, and they know the drill. That's what they do. That's what we do. But the vast majority of people in Martin County do not intersect with us. You know, they wave at us. They bring us cookies to the sheriff's office. We love you. Facebook, carry me on their shoulders, until we try to regulate their behavior that they're not used to being regulated. And therein lies the rub. That's the problem we have in all of this. And I say theoretical at this level not to in any way disparage, but it's my deputies in those patrol cars at high noon on Saturday with the irate parents who can't find parking and promise their children a day at the beach. And now all of a sudden they're intersecting with that deputy, and he stops being the hero, or she stops being the hero who catches the pillowcase burglars, and now they're the boogeyman. And now I'm not so popular, and my deputies aren't so popular. So I'm always looking for you all to pass ordinances or give me direction that are meaningful and that we can actually do. And so far what I'm hearing today, we can do.
Thank you very much.
You okay? Go ahead.
Just so you all know, at least my boat ramps up in Jensen, all of the right-of-way within 150 feet of the driveway entrances are signed no parking. As well as, I believe, out on A1A, there are signs almost the full length of A1A, whatever the state law requires. There's actually too many signs, but there are signs, whatever the state statutes are, that limit, that you have to have one every 500 feet. There is one every 500 feet out on the island that I am aware of. So we don't have to go install signs, that kind of signage to warn people that it's a violation to park in the right-of-way.
Ms. Woods.
I just wanted to point out, as the sheriff mentioned, the parking issue and the towing issue are all issues that I prefer not to have in your motion today, because We need an opportunity to work, as we always do, closely with the Sheriff's Department to make sure what we can do. And to Doug's point, Commissioner Smith's point, A1A is a state road, so we would need to look into what we can and can't do regarding that as well. So,
But it is signed, Sarah.
no, and I'm not at all disputing that. I'm saying, but it is a state road that's regulated under state law, and I don't know what those issues are, and I'd just like an opportunity to research and report back. You could, I think we talked about this at the last meeting, for just a straight parking ticket, $30 is uniformly across the state of Florida. What is charged is prescribed by state law. We could amend our ordinance and increase parking in Martin County right-of-ways, but just understand all of those go to court, and some people are just willing to do the fine, and then some people will fight it, and the court can adjust one way or the other. So it's not cut and dried, but the right-of-way issue is a different fine than from just a straight parking, in a not marked parking spot.
Thank you. I didn't want to get into all of this parking and enforcement. I just want the residents to have a clear understanding of what our expectations would be, because this is, I think, in my opinion, an appropriate idea of allowing our residents to have access to our beaches. However, if it turns into a complete free-for-all or it becomes unenforceable for our members of law enforcement, then that's a whole nother story. So I just wanted to be clear with the sheriff. Your suggestion was, my original recommendation was a Monday through Friday as a test, this coming Monday through Friday and when we met again, and then having things go well. But your recommendation, sir, was to have it be starting Monday and include the weekends, because the weekends is going to be the real situation. But I think we would have to make at least I would recommend that this start on Monday, not tomorrow, because I don't think our staff is ready to instantaneously access the beaches. I believe if our residents understood that they had to wait 48 more hours to have their access back in a much more open and free way, I believe that they would understand that, versus jumping into it tomorrow and having us fall on our faces and then having people in here next week screaming, how dare we open the beaches. I'm looking for the most reasonable approach.
I think two things you bring up. I agree with Monday from an enforcement standpoint. If you're going to open the beaches, Monday is better than tomorrow, though we were already contemplating tomorrow and actually have it staffed now. The question about the weekend is a policy question and a policy decision. What my thought was, if you truly want an experiment, you may as well experiment with the weekend, because that would give you the clearest picture of what we have ahead of us. Because the weekdays, Monday through Friday, are not an indication of what the weekends would look like.
Thank you.
So further clarity on that?
Please.
So staff, I saw you shaking your heads no for this weekend. You don't believe that we could, I'm just saying, if we were to explore a weekend, could we do what we need to do for this weekend, or?
My personal opinion, and in talking to the folks to our north, the concern is you've had individuals that can't access the beach for weeks. And when they hear it's open tomorrow, they're all going to flood there tomorrow. And we will be in the same situation we were before we closed them. I think having a Monday approach would give us the time to get the restrooms open.
That's all I needed to, I just wanted to be clear that was because this whole weekend thing was like, the sheriff said that maybe we were anticipating that, but if we can't, that's fine. But I would say that whatever we open it to, we should open it up through next weekend, and at least go the week and the weekend to get a full understanding of what it looks like.
So why don't we wind this up with a motion from
You
somebody,
had
please?
one.
Do we have? That was,
I thought
no,
you
just,
made a motion because I wrote it down.
would you like to make a motion?
I'll move that we open beaches starting this Monday through Sunday, and then we would reassess, well, when would our following meeting be after that Sunday?
We have a commission meeting.
You don't have another one until the
May 5th.
19th.
No, May
No,
5th,
May
we have a
5th.
commission
May-
meeting.
Yeah, that would be your second
Oh,
day,
that's
though.
this Tuesday. Never
Yeah.
mind.
So we would need time to reassess. So that we would reassess them at the Friday.
You could do that,
So then
yes,
that's
ma'am.
going to be a week and a half they're open.
Almost 2, yes. May 15th, is that the date? May 15th.
And we could call an emergency meeting if we need be in between those times.
Yeah, I mean, if things get out of hand, yes.
We're
Are you
having
going
one
to put
next
restrictions
the
on?
8th. We
I
have
am
a-
not in favor
Oh,
of
we're not-
restricting
Oh, we're not gonna be open.
umbrellas either.
We wouldn't be open this, we would be, I'm sorry.
So starting Monday through.
May the 4th.
Until May 4th.
May 4th is Monday.
Starting May 4th until the next time we have a special meeting.
Which is the 15th.
Through May 15th.
It's the
They
8th.
don't want to do it that early.
Oh.
They want to get through a weekend.
And if things get out of control,
We can call an
I'm sure we'll
emergency.
know, and we'll have to call a special meeting to do something different.
Well, we'll have a special meeting Friday following your opening, so you'll have 5 days or 4 days.
But even
of-
sooner than that, I mean.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
What about the criteria of 6-foot social distancing?
All that
Well,
still
that of
applies.
course applies per state order, local order.
Okay.
Okay, you forgot about South County, excluding South County.
Closing Hope Sound Beach until further notice.
Leaving it closed.
It's already closed.
Second.
It's not opening it.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hetherington, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Hurd dissenting. Next. We done?
Is this the end of your slide right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
I just wanted to have a clarification. So it's the beaches are open, but the other restrictions aren't. Okay, thanks. Just wanna make sure.
Well, just so I'm clear what you just said, the beaches would be open without any restrictions other than
Social
the
distancing.
Other
existing.
than, there had been a lot of discussion about
Right.
distancing and
But all the,
Distancing would
and
apply.
umbrellas, but all we're talking about is distancing and being open,
Correct.
yes.
starting Monday. Okay.
Okay.
Before we adjourn, I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
And that is, I love our parks maintenance staff every single day, but I'm particularly grateful to them for their wonderful performance in the last 6 weeks. I know that I go to the park every single parks in Rocky Point every single day, and they've been salvation for so many of us, and the parks maintenance staff have just been outstanding. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we good?
We doing closing comments?
You have more comments, really?
Could you go for it? Could you believe it? We're in a global pandemic, and people tune into these meetings to hear from us. And I just wanted to be clear that on the decisions that we made today, I know some people will be very unhappy with them. I think each of us have had, I have a dispute in my own family on some of the decisions that we made. I had certain family members that were thinking one way and certain family members in my immediate family. Okay, I know that we have had a little bit of humor during today's meeting, but this is a serious issue for me. My father's brother passed away from coronavirus, and so this is a personal thing. I do not take the decisions that we made today lightly, but I also know as a small business owner what it's like to meet a payroll and to feel responsible for other families that I'm employing. I think that there's been some talk that how are we in authority to make these decisions? We're not doctors. I hear that at the state level and at the federal level as well. We've been elected as your representatives to take in all of the considerations and information from doctors and health providers. But I think we need to balance the concerns of our residents for their safety and health with our fiscal and mental issues as well. Because if we are not careful, I want to make sure that we are not creating a dashboard in the future that speaks of businesses that have gone bankrupt and businesses that have closed and people that have gone bankrupt. I think that if you are still very concerned, rightfully so, if you're of the elder, a member of our elderly population, or you have underlying health risks, or you have just a fear of what's going on, that's completely understandable. It's your responsibility and your right to protect yourself. But I think based on the numbers that we've had recently, and they're hard because everyone reads them differently, I think it's important that we also, as commissioners, understand small business owners, families that are struggling, individuals struggling with mental health issues, depression. We didn't get into the conversation with how much the domestic violence calls have gone up, how much the calls to suicide prevention hotlines have gone up, how families are struggling, and they're going to struggle. So as much as we're concerned with our health of our community, I think it's very important we understand and be concerned of the long-lasting, well after this is over, effects of mental and financial health as well. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hurd.
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Hetherington?
I would just quickly echo that, whether you think we're opening too soon or not soon enough, that keep in mind there's all different perspectives, and we try to balance, the certainly prioritizing the health and safety. I personally have a friend, at my gym that took his own life during this, and so you're balancing the safety because of this virus, but there are so many more mental health components that we're dealing with every day. So I would just encourage each other, regardless of what side you are on this issue, whether we open too soon or not soon enough, to just be kind to each other. Be kind, and we're all going to get through this. Martin County is a beautiful community. I think we've seen that in the last 8 weeks, and I think we'll continue to see that here in Martin County.
Commissioner Smith. We meet this coming Tuesday, correct?
Yes,
The 5th?
sir. That's May 5th, Cinco de Mayo.
So we've got another day coming shortly that anything we did today, if something didn't seemingly go right, or we'll also have answers probably back from you all on bowling alleys and that kind of stuff for Tuesday. So can we address some of those things that we couldn't today on Tuesday?
Can I just ask a technical question for
Yes, sir.
Tuesday? We postponed a lot of our public hearings at our last official commission meeting especially based on some feedback we received from Commissioner Hetherington about different technical opportunities for people to make public comment. Are we going to be prepared to do that on Tuesday?
Well, it's up to the Board of County Commissioners. We did, I worked with IT. The WebEx and the Zoom and those things are limited from the standpoint of some of the information that's presented and somebody's managing it. So one thing we came up with, if the board would want us to pursue it, is to have a email or a call-in where you could provide us your name and your phone number, and what item you wanted to speak on, whether it's general public comment or a specific public hearing or item, and then we would call you. We can put them on the phone here with the microphone, and they can make their verbal comments as the public record. We can do that in association with our emailing in. As you saw this morning, a lot of people emailed. They were able to utilize that system. So it's really up to what the board would feel comfortable with.
I think we should pursue that.
Me too.
Yeah, I do too.
I would say, at the very least, having the ability to phone in during our meeting. So while we're still here collectively, giving direction to you so you don't wait until Tuesday morning?
I won't wait. No, I'll do
Okay,
it.
so I think the phone in is the next logical step.
Yeah, we'll get that out. We'll push that
Giving
out.
public comment. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Is that it? You done anything? I just, on a personal note, want to reach out to all the private business we have in Martin County that use some labor. Their labor pool is based out of some of the hotspots that we're experiencing in Martin County. The county, the state, the health department, the hospital is doing everything they can to try to test as many people as they can. There's many private laboratories that provide a service of testing, whether it be swab tests or the antibody test. And I'm testing all 110 of my employees today. They're probably still being tested today. I think it's my place as being a good citizen of Martin County and a good business of Martin County is to do my part. It's can be expensive. I mean, it's mid $50 for an antibody test and a little over $100 for a swab test. And I think, you know, for business to help out in this situation, I think that's not too much to ask. So I'm just reaching out personally as a human being and a business owner in Martin County, and hope that other businesses will also participate in that to help us try to get through this. And with that, anybody have any more comments?
No, I agree, Commissioner Hurd. We've got fantastic county employees, and I appreciate them doing everything they're doing for us.
Okay, good. Okay, our next upcoming board meeting is May 5th and 19th. Our COVID update meeting is not May 8th, you were saying?
Yes, May.
Okay, May 8th, 15th, 22nd, and 29th. Great. And with that, we are adjourned.